Welcome to the Talking Top 50 Barbecue Livestream. This is more than just a show. This is a movement where barbecue history is made. The first of its kind, featuring the best of the best. For the first time in history, live reaction to the Texas Monthly Top 50 list. All brought to you by 063 Studios, BBQ Distro, and Tales from the Pits.
Well, Andrew, here we are.
Here we are.
Yeah, this is it.
All right. Welcome to the Talking Top 50 Barbecue live stream. We are extremely excited to be here today. We are with 063 Studios, BBQ Distro. Obviously, these two fat guys are Tales from the Pits. We're ready to talk about the brand spanking new Top 50.
And you are?
I'm Andrew.
And I'm Brian.
Okay.
So in case people didn't know.
We got that figured out.
Yeah.
All right. Here we go, guys. Brand new Top 50 2025.
Do the countdown?
Just released. Let's start with 10. Let's work our way to 1.
Evie Mays, Lubbock.
Number 10, Evie Mays. Oldest barbecue joint on this top 10. Can you believe that? 10 years in business, Evie Mays Barbecue in Wolf Earth is the oldest joint in the top 10. Number 9
is Truth Barbecue.
Truth Barbecue in Houston, the second oldest joint on this top 10.
Houston, Brenham.
Houston and in Brenham. 10 years again in business for them this summer. Number 8 is a newcomer to this list and maybe the biggest surprise.
Yes, Lavaca Barbecue.
Two locations.
Two locations.
Yeah, Port Lavaca and in Victoria. Number 7.
Newcomer to the list, Danes.
Yep, Danes Craft Barbecue in Aledo, Texas. Danes has been doing pop-ups for several years in Fort Worth, and then opened their brick and mortar about a year ago, I believe. And they are absolutely crushing it out there. Number 6.
Interstellar, former number 2, number 6.
And a Michelin-starred barbecue restaurant.
Sweet tea burn-ins.
Yep, that sweet tea pork belly. Interstellar has been serving amazing barbecue for a very long time. Number 5 is another newcomer.
Yes, GW's Barbecue.
Yeah, GW's Barbecue in the Rio Grande Valley. This is the Rio Grande Valley's first top 10 barbecue restaurant. We've been loving going down to Rio Grande Valley. The barbecue scene has blown up down there the last several years.
Barbecue and tacos, what a beautiful mix.
And GW's is fantastic. Congratulations, GW's first time on the list. Number 4.
Another new one. Redbird.
Redbird Barbecue in Port Neches, which is nowhere near Rio Grande Valley. This is a very spread out top 10 geographically. Port Neches, if you guys aren't familiar, is really close to the border of Louisiana and Texas. Really good stop if you're a big gambler like Brian is and you want to go to Lake Charles. So yes, Redbird Barbecue, fantastic barbecue. Amir Jalali worked at Fijis Barbecue in Houston, worked at Goldie's Barbecue in Fort Worth, and then went and opened up Redbird Barbecue and opened with a bang, we'd say. Number 4, the youngest spot on this list is Redbird Barbecue.
Now, number 3, you know, these guys, 3 is pretty awesome, to be honest, to go to still be a number 3.
Yep.
Still a bunch of young kids. They may not feel so young anymore after 4 years.
Their kids does because we're old.
Yeah. Goldie's.
Yeah, Goldie's Barbecue in Fort Worth, the number 1 barbecue joint in 2021, the number 3 barbecue joint in 2025. Still serving absolutely incredible barbecue in Fort Worth. Get to Goldie's if you haven't been. The line's still going to be long, guys, but it's worth the wait. And that brings us to number 2.
Let's just kind of pause a little bit. For the number 1 and the number 2, these guys were kind of duking it out. And by that, I mean they were laying it all out on the table, literally and figuratively. It could have been a toss-up, in our opinion.
Yep.
Absolutely could have been a toss-up, and both have some unique experiences. But number 2
is Leroy and Lewis Barbecue in Austin. Opened their brick and mortar a little over a year ago after 7 years in a food truck. Just serving incredible barbecue. Another Michelin star barbecue restaurant, which is not something you could say on any previous top 50 list, but we've got multiple Michelin star barbecue restaurants in Texas now. Leroy and Lewis serving 6 days a week, lunch and dinner. The dinner experience is incredible. The regular barbecue menu is fantastic too. And they have steak night reservations, which are, I don't know that anyone else in barbecue is doing that right now. Leroy and Lewis.
Fantastic steak night.
Yeah,
I mean,
just a special place as all of these are.
And that is interesting. There's a couple of places that are doing dinner service.
Yep.
Leroy is one of those. Truth is another one.
Yep. Yeah, Truth is doing
and
dinner.
Danes, I think, just started doing
Danes
dinner
just
service.
recently started dinner service. Truth is doing dinner 5 nights a week, lunch 6 days a week. And that brings us to the #1 barbecue joint on the Texas Monthly 2025 list is none other than Burnt Bean Company in Seguin, Texas. We're happy. We're excited for everyone. We're also kind of dorks, and we predicted Burnt Bean. Kind of. We predicted Burnt Bean back in August to be the #1 barbecue joint. We kind of going back and forth between a few different spots, including Leroy and Lewis being one of them. But ultimately, we thought that Texas Monthly would give Burnt Bean the crown for a number of reasons. Obviously, amazing barbecue. And then you talk about Sunday morning at Burnt Bean.
I call it the Sunday morning Burnt Bean experience because it is completely different of an experience from their regular menu.
It's just incredible. What Burnt Bean does on a Sunday morning, if you're not familiar, Ernest Cervantes, trained chef, amazing cook. He grew up serving or eating barbecue in his backyard that had Mexican influence. And he decided he's going to serve pretty straightforward Central Texas barbecue during the week. But on Sunday morning, he wanted to take you to a piece of his childhood. And he's done exactly that.
The atmosphere, the music in the background.
Right.
And of course, the dishes.
The huevos rancheros, the chilaquiles, the menudo, the barbacoa,
mollejas.
the mollejas, the different tacos. Everything that Burnt Bean does on a Sunday morning is incredible. It's one of the most exciting food experiences in Texas. Just take barbecue out of the equation. One of the most exciting food experiences anywhere in the state. Burnt Bean, they have worked their butts off to get here. We're so excited for them. We're so happy for all these barbecue joints. But hey, we got 40 more to talk about. This is not just a top 10. This is a top 50, and it's spread out all across the state.
There's a lot of new spots on the top 10.
Yes. Let's go through because, again, we are super nerds for this, and we've got some factoids we wanted to share with you guys. 2017 to 2021, there was a huge boom in barbecue. A massive amount of barbecue joints of quality opening. Classic joints still on the list. 29 new spots were on the Texas Monthly 2021 list. 29 changes. That's amazing. That's incredible. This list doesn't have quite as many, but still a lot. We had 23 new barbecue spots on this list. That's pretty massive, Brian.
It is huge. And, let's talk about one that is still in the top 50.
Yep.
But they're not in the top 10 anymore. Let's hit on Franklin Barbecue a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, that's a big one. Since 2013, Franklin Barbecue has been in the top 10, #1 in 2013, #2 in 2017, #7 in 2021, and now they are off the top 10. And does that mean their barbecue has gotten any worse? We can say unequivocally, no, that is not the case. We have been to Franklin several times over the last few months, and we had a transformative barbecue experience at Franklin a few months ago.
Yeah, Franklin intentionally doesn't do the craft sides. He doesn't do the big menu. He doesn't do fancy desserts that are made by him. I mean, they have some that they bring in.
Yeah. There's a local purveyor they use for desserts, but yeah, I mean that's
pickles are shelf pickles, and I pick on that a lot just because that's been a weird transformative thing over barbecue.
That's the funny thing though, is everyone's come to expect these certain things in craft and barbecue now because craft barbecue has exploded the last 10 years. But you have to remember, guys, for decades and decades and decades, barbecue was about grocery store tub sides and meats, and that's it. And in our opinion, what Franklin Barbecue did, in addition to exploding what we see today in barbecue, is they perfected the meat market style barbecue restaurant. They
created a process and a technique.
Yes.
And hit it time over time for years and years and years with different people in the background.
Yeah. Well, and if you want any better example of the influence that Franklin Barbecue has had on Texas barbecue, ready for this? Franklin Barbecue is the 5th oldest barbecue joint on this list. 5th. They're 15 years old, and they're the 5th oldest joint on this list. That's insane. And that's not to say that every barbecue joint only exists because of Franklin. Obviously, that's not the case. But the influence and the spark that Franklin Barbecue ignited across Texas cannot be overstated. So Franklin Barbecue, yes, still on the top 50, no longer on the top 10. There were 4 new top 10s, which means 4 came off. Cadillac Barbecue in Dallas also came off the top 10. Nothing has changed at Cadillac in terms of the quality of the food. Again, another place that we've been to several times and fairly recently. If you're not familiar, Todd and Misty David founded Cadillac Barbecue. I guess about a year and a half or so ago, Todd and Misty decided to step back from full-time owner operation of the business, and they sold it to longtime pitmaster Andrew Castellan. Todd and Misty are still
It was
involved.
a very slow process
Yes.
too. It wasn't like he came in and just took over.
No,
place,
Andrew
but-
had been there for years.
And I'm sure that, between Todd and Andrew, there was some tension for a while because Todd is such a perfectionist on what he does.
Right, but I think that's probably why it works so well. Is
Absolutely,
Andrew
yeah.
is obsessed with the quality also, and so Cadillac under Andrew has not gone down one iota in quality. We had an amazing meal there a few months ago. Cadillac still on the top 50, but has left the top 10. Another DFW, because DFW was kind of the explosion in 2021.
Yeah, that was kind of an overall big surprise. And it was for a good reason because the barbecue had gotten so much better.
Right.
Panther City is one that is not in the top 10 anymore.
Correct. Yeah. Panther City was number 10 on the last top 50 list. They are still in the top 50 now, but no longer in the top 10. Again, all these barbecue places have not gone down in quality. It's just, this is the state of barbecue today. It's continuing to evolve and continuing to progress. And another one that's as classic as it gets, 90 years old, Tootsie Tominets is still cooking direct heat pork steaks every Saturday in
Stay out of her
Lexington,
way
Texas.
when she's got that shovel of coals.
Snow's Barbecue been top 10 for many, many years now. They just left the top 10 for the first time. It's still one of the most amazing barbecue experiences you're going to have anywhere in the state.
There's zero equivalent to what you
Right.
experience of
As great as these new barbecue spots are, none of them can recreate what Snow's has. The feeling you get when you go to Snow's on a Saturday morning, there's nothing like it. The smell of the direct heat of the chicken and the pork steak cooking, the smoke wafting. You can hear the cattle auction in the background.
The cattle auction. It's a little nerve-wracking the first time you go because you hear all these cows mooing and then you're about to eat them. But
the whir of the electric knife.
Yes.
Snow's is as great as classic Texas barbecue can get.
For some reason, on a cool, crisp morning in line at Snow's is kind of a cool thing too.
Yeah.
Everybody's out there with their coolers now, and even their canopies or easy ups. That is, and it is sad to see them not in the top 10. But that again goes to the elevation of barbecue overall.
It does. And again, we talked about the 4 that came off. Let's talk about the 4 that came on in their place. Dane's is a place that, if you know Dane and Ashley and Thomas and that whole crew, they have been working tirelessly for years about trying to get this barbecue to the level of a top 10 and working and pushing. And they wanted it. They wanted it badly.
Yeah.
If you ever talk to Dane, the man is relentless. And so when we found out that they made the top 10, we were so excited.
Well, and such a journey for them too, from different locations, struggling with getting a brick and mortar up and running, finally finding the Aledo location.
Yep.
And really making their mark in the small town of Aledo. I think they're going to be there, and I think that they'll become kind of a destination in Aledo for sure.
Yeah. And Dane's recently started making kolaches because he needed something else to do.
Yes.
I mean, the man's got
real
a huge
kolaches, not clover snack.
the real fruit-based kolaches, dough from scratch, and they're of course incredible because that's what Dane does. So we were thrilled to find out Dane was on this list. And then GW's is another one. It's actually, of the top 10, it's the only top 10 we haven't done a solo episode with.
Yeah, and that's our fault.
It is our fault. They've been on a
trying
roundtable that we did in the
Yes.
Rio Grande Valley, and we will absolutely get George Watts Jr. and George Watts III on the show. But that's one of the few that we haven't had an episode with yet. But we've been several times to the restaurant. One of the cool things that they started doing, I don't know if it was a year or 2 years ago, is they put a rotating specials menu, a monthly specials menu on the menu every single month, and it's different. Sometimes it might be a cultural take, sometimes it might be a special protein, special sides, or special dessert. They're always doing something new there. They blew us away with one of the most insane dishes we've ever seen last time we were there. They served us.
How can you make a beef rib more indulgent than a beef rib?
Yes. And if you're familiar with the Italian dish of cacio e pepe, they basically put a plate of cheesy spaghetti next to your beef rib, which was just insane. But that's, again, this is where barbecue is now. It's not, you're not going to stand out. It's very difficult to stand out with just serving potato salad, coleslaw,
you have
beans.
to have the standards down.
Right. And I'm not saying you got to do a bowl of pasta and a beef rib, but just doing the standards is going to be very difficult to stand out in today's barbecue market.
So speaking of standards and some innovation, number 4, Redbird.
Yeah.
We
Redbird.
mentioned them just a few minutes ago.
Yeah, they came out swinging. They really did. If you're not familiar with Amir Jalali, because Port Neches is kind of on the border of Louisiana and Texas, he infused a lot of the Cajun flavors into the barbecue, which was a really smart decision for obvious reasons.
And not just Cajun.
Right.
Yeah.
But he's also Iranian, and so he has some Middle Eastern flair on his menu as well. And so but none of it skews towards the gimmicky. It all works and fits within the menu.
Yeah, the Kubade sausage. I was a little nervous when it first came out.
I was excited.
He was excited because he eats it a lot more often than I do. So he actually had a reference of the flavors.
Right.
It was all unique to me. I've been to India plenty of times, but obviously not Iran, so I hadn't had that food.
Guys, when you go to Redbird, and I say when, because you better be going to Redbird. When you go to Redbird, make sure you get that dish. Get the beef Kubade sausage that's served with the house-made pita bread, because if you work at Goldie's, you have to make some sort of bread product.
Yes.
That's the rule.
It is.
So he makes a house-made pita bread, a Shirazi salad, and a raita that goes with the dish, and it's awesome. It is absolutely fantastic.
And I'll say of the new barbecue joints, not new to the top 10, but the new barbecue joints, I mean, he hit the ground running.
Yes.
And I don't think that's a surprise. I don't think him being on the list is any surprise at all. Redbird, so many people had that experience, and we dragged people to Redbird, and we told people, get to Redbird, get there now before the list comes out, because their list is going to get bigger and bigger. And hopefully people listen to us. Maybe you did, but Redbird is.
Well, if you didn't, you're just going to have to wait in a longer line.
Now you got to wait in line.
So no, we love our visits to Redbird, and then again, the final new one on the list, also talking about, is Lavaca Barbecue. We had our first visit to Lavaca in 2021, and then, like I said, we've started doing yearly trips down to the Rio Grande Valley because we just love eating the food down there so much. And it's luckily, going back to Houston, Lavaca is a very convenient trip for us coming back. So we have stopped at Lavaca several times. We had the whole family on the show last year.
And it's great to see cities like Victoria and Port Lavaca get barbecue that, these small towns that are getting Port Neches as an example too, but small towns that are getting accredited barbecue. Right. That's great, because it's great for the community, and it's a great place to stop when you're traveling somewhere.
Yeah. Well, and you think about it too. We had a female pitmaster leave the list with Tootsie, and we have a female pitmaster coming on the list, and kind of the next generation, and Kelly Navarez.
They're friends.
Yeah.
So they do talk. So that's there is a connection between them as well.
Yeah. It's funny. We were on a documentary screening that we helped put together a few months ago, and Kelly was part of that screening, and she talked about how, sometimes she'll just text Tootsie. I'm like, who gets to text Tootsie? Apparently Kelly Navarez does. But no, Lavaca has a huge menu. The roster of desserts that Lavaca serves is crazy. That Christine Navarez, the mother/wife/co-owner of the business, has put together this amazing roster of sides.
You have to mention the Texas monthly tamale.
The Texas monthly tamale, which is kind of the thing that I would say originally put them on the barbecue map. It's pretty epic. It's a 1/4 pound, I believe, tamale, which is not the typical tamale you're used to eating, but it's completely smoked in the smoker. Smokers that Lupe builds, by the way. But it's Lavaca is a huge menu. They're doing all the standard stuff. They're doing obviously your sausage, your Trinity, your usual stuff, but then they branch out with the poblano cream corn, and it's just, take a trip down there, take a trip to Port Lavaca, take a trip to Victoria. Again, you're gonna have to wait in a little longer line than you would have yesterday, but it's gonna be worth it. So get your butts down there. Let's go through a little more of the factoids of the list. Again, some of the nerdy things that we talk about. So this is the third time that Texas Monthly has done a top 10. 2017, 2021, now 2025.
Thank you for doing that, Texas Monthly, by the way, because before that it was a top 4.
It was a top 4. I mean, it was kind of all over the place. But no, it's now a top 10 every time. And the top 10 three-peat was possible for 5 joints. Only 2 were able to pull it off. and that is Evie Mae's Barbecue and Truth Barbecue. They are the first members of the three-peat club for the top 10.
They need the jacket like Saturday Night Live.
Right.
They need a three-peat jacket.
I mean, that is such an incredible accomplishment. I mean, making the top 10 once is amazing. Staying on there three
Staying
straight
in
times.
the top 10, again, 12 years,
Right.
right? At the end of this, it'll be
Right.
12 years that they've had to meet the quality and stay in the top 10. And that is, as you can see, obviously that's not easy.
Yeah.
And we love, we hate the fact that Evie Mae's is so far away, but we love the fact to go to Evie Mae's because there's this there's so much anticipation, and we're, of course, like we're such nerds, but we're talking about it. We're talking about that last visit. We still talk about the ribs.
We had a prime rib dinner in 2017 at Evie Mae's that we talk about 8 years later. So I mean, maybe that's a problem with us, but that's okay. But yeah, Evie Mae's, in truth, 3-time top 10 members, incredible accomplishment. And let's, so again, those are the 2 oldest joints on the top 10. Let's talk about the newest businesses on the top 50. And you referenced it earlier, the Goldie's influence on barbecue.
Yeah, I mean, let's just kind of name them all.
Yeah.
Right. Obviously, Redbird made the top 10.
Yep.
We've got Barb's
BBQ in Lockhart.
Yep. We've got
Sauber in Fort Worth. And we've got Barre. Yeah, in Montgomery. Not Barre didn't directly work with them, in terms of he wasn't a full-time employee, but he's learned from them. He's definitely been a part of the Goldie's outreach program, I would say.
Yeah.
But the 3 newest barbecue spots on this top 50 list are Sauber, Redbird, and Barb's. That should tell you everything about the influence that Goldie's has had on barbecue.
We've talked a lot about kind of lineage in our show over the years, and how there was a lineage from Franklin and a lineage with John Lewis and La Barbecue
and Louis Miller and that tree,
and how that all comes down. And now there's the beginning. Here's the lineage from Goldie's, and they're going to have that impact, not just Goldie's, but now the next generation of that. And then that may beget another generation. And so now they're going to build this tree of barbecue history.
Yep. So we talked about new school. Let's talk about as old as it gets. The list is getting younger every time. There are only 2 spots that were opened pre-2000 that are still on this list.
Say this again, because Texas barbecue and the history of Texas barbecue and Lockhart and Luling and Taylor, Texas, and Brownsville with Vera's.
Yep.
A lot of that has come off the list.
Yeah, it has. There's been a lot of history that's left this list. And you can debate whether you think it should leave the list, shouldn't leave the list, what have you. But the 2 that remain, the 2 oldest spots on the list, are Louis Miller Barbecue in Taylor. That is the oldest spot on the list. And Smokey Joe's Barbecue in Dallas. Smokey Joe's has been open since 1985. Louis Miller since 1949. Smokey Joe's, while it's 40 years old, it likely wouldn't have made the list had it not been for the modernization that Chris Manning brought to the business. And we'll get into that more later in the show. We're actually going to have Chris in studio with us, so we're excited for that, and we'll get into more of that. But yes, the 2 oldest spots on this list, Louis Miller Barbecue and Smokey Joe's Barbecue. And then we've got to talk about one thing that's happened that's never happened before, unprecedented, at least in the modern craft era of this list. No spot had ever fallen off the top 50 and then gotten back on.
And I think this is a huge motivator for any of the barbecue joints, and we'll talk about them later. Any of the barbecue joints that didn't make this list or didn't make the last list, like there's now a glimmer of hope, because we weren't sure this would ever be possible.
Yeah.
And we're so glad that they're back on, because they're one of the places we love to eat at.
And we're talking about Style Switch Barbecue in Austin. Yeah. Shane Stiles, Lance Kirkpatrick, those guys have been serving dinner barbecue before anyone was serving dinner barbecue from a craft standpoint.
It's great to see you back on.
So excited when we found out that they were back on this list. We thought they were one of the top honorable mentions last time. So again, Style Switch, congratulations, Shane and Lance and that whole crew.
For those of you that that are listening, that are in the business, that have fallen off the list, it means keep it up, persevere. Don't give up. Don't cash in. Don't quit. Fight through it. And we've got new and improved. Maybe this last time it was new, in 2 years in between, and then ultimately it was. You've got another chance. In 4 years, maybe.
All right, guys. Well, we are going to take a very short break. We've got a lot more to come. We have got some amazing guests that are going to be both remote and in studio. We've got some giveaways that are coming up. Stay tuned. We will be back shortly.
It killed me. I remember I got emotional one time. I cried when I was on the line when I told Dave was crying or really emotional because he missed his granddaughter's first birthday. No, it was baptism. A baptism. And we thought we knew what it was going to have to take to get to that. And he missed the baptism. Both my grandparents passed away, and I could just go to the funeral. I didn't have any time to even grieve. Like I literally went to the funeral of Paul Bearer and I left the same day. And these are the two people that are the most influential people that I named my pits after and everything because we were that determined to be one. It was just when we got on that one mode, it was just we were different animals. Like I've considered ourselves like a monk because this is our shrine. And this is where we were at.
Family was never second, but it became second.
It did, and that's the worst part. It's what they say. It was like it's God first, and then family, and then your friends and whatever. It was Bert being in one, and then for me it was cigarettes, and then it was like family, and then it was a life. And we get emotional now because we lived here. Like I fucking lived on a couch here. That's how committed we were. And but we didn't. We had an what was the bottom line was that we were going to do whatever it took to give it one hard shot, and we were so ready to focus. Some people called us arrogant. Remember, we had so many people. There was so many chatter about us, and they considered us arrogant because we would say no to invitations to festivals. We would say no to do collaborations, and we would say no for a lot of stuff. And they just saw, these guys are too good for us. These guys are arrogant jerks. It wasn't. We had one goal, was to really make a run for one, to really get our name out, and what like funerals, birthday parties, graduations. My daughter's graduation. I mean, fucking does that, you know. And his daughter's, I'm crying right now because
Grandkids, I have grandkids.
Yeah,
It's like awesome.
yeah,
The baseball.
yeah, and I cried now because I think about now, my daughter's greatest year of softball. I would leave after the third inning, and I can't get those memories back.
Welcome back. We've got our first guest that's going to be joining us remotely. And the first guest is none other than
Burnt Bean Company, Ernest Cervantes and David Kirkland. Congratulations. I mean, this is such an achievement, but we know it's what you have been busting your butts for years.
Hey, we don't see Dave. We see Ernest.
Can you
Scoot
scoot back a little bit, guys? There we go.
There we go.
Howdy.
What's going on this morning?
Oh, you know, same old, same old.
Is it chaotic at all there?
No, we're trying to figure out mode. Like,
Hold
I-
on, Ernest.
I-
We're having
I
a bit
don't-
of a technical issue with you.
Can you sign?
can you
Okay.
hear us now?
No, we still can't hear. Technology.
Can you believe they put us on a TV show?
Yeah.
Yeah, for real. More COVID
What were
and
they thinking?
I know.
It's the Four Stooges right now.
All right, we still can't hear you guys. Hopefully you can hear us. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, they can hear us. Well, we can just tell them whatever we want to
Okay.
tell them.
All right, we'll be right
right
back. We're gonna get this fixed for you guys.
now it's on there.
Yeah. You don't have a mute on or something, do you?
You can hear it.
Yes, we're halfway there. Because we'll have the same issue with it.
Is it because your mic is live in our ear?
Can you put your mic next to something speaker? Hey guys, can you hear us this time?
All right, I think we're back. I think we've got this
Yes.
figured out. Technology has never been our friend, but today I think we're going to make it work. All
Can you
right,
hear us?
let's see if we can connect with Ernest and Dave.
Yeah.
Can you hear us? Nothing?
All right, Ernest, say something.
Yes, there's a
Hey.
big delay because we're doing backup. So we'll let you guys talk for a while, and then that's the best thing about it. Congratulations, and tell us what's going on, and tell us about this journey.
First of all, thank you. We're really excited. It's more of a holy shit moment. You know what I mean? It's we're just speechless right now. I think it really hasn't really hit us yet. Other than without getting emotional, it's probably one of the greatest days of our lives. Agreed. That's a big delay.
So the lines are going to be really crazy. Any change in the hours or anything that you guys are doing as these people come and visit you?
No, I think we're gonna keep it as real and as pure as we've always been. You know, we want people to experience the burn beam for the burn beam who we are, not for profit or not for anything else other than us providing the best barbecue that we can handle. We're prepared with the mass quantities of pits that we have, but we're not going to change anything other than that. We might have, of course, our me and specials, but at the end of the day, we're giving them the burn beam experience that got us to number one.
No, that's fantastic to hear. And Ernest and Dave, you've both been on record as saying, all the accolades and awards and everything that you've received over the years has been fantastic. But number one on Texas Monthly has always been the goal and always been what you're chasing. What does it mean now to finally achieve that goal? Like, how was it to see that your name and number one next to it this morning?
I would say it was almost like a sigh of relief that you actually won that competition you've been trying to win your whole life. Surreal, and I don't know.
Yeah, I call it the Mount Everest of achievements, and since 2007, you drive by this mountain and you look at the top of that peak, and you're like, hey, one day I'm going to be on that top, and one day I'm going to be at that top, and one day I'm going to be at that top, and now we are enjoying the view up here, and it makes all this hard work and sacrifice so worth it. And I feel like it feels amazing.
What is your phone and your email been like this morning?
Well, as we're talking to you, I've gotten hundreds of messages and hundreds of texts and emails and everything. I was telling Dave that our phone's been going off crazy, but the only thing we've been waiting for all morning is to come and talk to you at 9:30. It's like you've seen the whole journey of us, and we're like, Brian and Andrew, we can't wait to talk to these guys. So we've been excited this whole time to wait to talk to you. We even sent the newspaper, and everybody else is like, y'all can wait. We got to talk to Brian and Andrew.
No, we've been excited to talk to you guys too. Ernest, did you ever end up getting any sleep last night whatsoever?
No, I kind of dozed off. The last time I saw the clock was 2:45, and then I was up by 4. It was I couldn't sleep, and it was more of a the only thing I can compare it to is seeing those gifts underneath the tree, and it's Christmas Eve, and your dad won't let you open them until the morning of Christmas Day at 8 o'clock. So we waited and waited and waited, and it was well worth waiting. It's one of the greatest days of my life.
Texas Monthly did a great job this time of really keeping things on lockdown, making this a surprise, and even in the stores. I mean, a couple of lists ago, the magazines were in the stores before it was on the list. But great thing, a lot of fun, great excitement. We need to let them go and answer some of those emails and phones.
Yeah, no, we'll definitely let you go. One more before we get you out in this one is everyone's reading the magazine, learning the blurbs and all that fun stuff. But in your own words, what can this influx of people that are about to come to Seguin, what can they expect when they go to Burnt Bean?
We're going to show them every day, show them what the Burnt Bean's all about, one brisket at a time. You know me, I'm going to have some specials out there, and we've waited all our lives for this. And we're just going to keep it running. We're going to show everybody why we earned the #1 spot.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, gentlemen. What a great journey. Great to see the accomplishment. Can't wait to get back there on a Sunday, but can't wait to get back out there and get the darn pork steak that we haven't had yet.
Yes, you do.
No, we're excited, guys. Congratulations. Enjoy this day. Enjoy this moment. Congratulations to the entire Burnt Bean team. Congratulations to the city of Seguin. And we'll talk with you guys soon.
Thank you. Bye.
All right. Well, wow. I mean, like I said, I can't imagine that. Obviously, I can't imagine any of it. But the
You mean
phone
we didn't
calls-
make #1 worthy barbecue, Brian?
No. But just if you, like I said, friends, family, everybody that's seen you on the journey, they're going to be calling, they're going to be texting. Of course, they're going to be wanting your time. So again, thank you so much to Ernest and David for giving us some of the time on one of the most important days in your entire business history.
Yeah. No, it's absolutely fantastic, guys. So again, we're super excited. We can't wait to see what the next 4 years are going to mean for Burnt Bean, because if you know those guys, they're not going to stop here. They're going to keep pushing that restaurant
Well, they've got
forward.
the target on their back, like we said.
And it's going to be as good as Burnt Bean's been the last several years. They're only going to be better, which is kind of a scary thing to think about. But hey, let's switch it up a bit. We've got more guests coming, but let's give away some stuff.
Free stuff. This time, Yeti. Thanks so much to Yeti for providing anything to us whatsoever.
Yeah, no, Yeti is a huge supporter of the barbecue community. Their commitment to quality and durability, it aligns with the mindset of barbecue. We are giving away a Yeti Roadie hard cooler on the show.
To ourselves.
Congratulations to us.
Thanks. We're done.
We're going to be giving away that Yeti hard cooler, but we're going to make you earn it. So we've got a trivia question. We've got our fantastic production team at 063 Studios that is going to be moderating all these chats, and the first correct answer will win this Yeti Roadie hard cooler. So you guys ready? Here it comes.
Pay attention, because this is a complicated one, because of course the gift is not a nickel here.
Yep.
So this is going to be a complicated one. So pay attention. We'll repeat it. But
So here we go. There are 6 barbecue spots that have made 4 consecutive top 50 lists. That's 2013, 2017, 2021, 2025. 5 of those spots are Corkscrew Barbecue, Franklin Barbecue, Law Barbecue, Louis Miller Barbecue, and Snow's Barbecue. Name the 6th spot.
once again, 6 places have made 4 consecutive top 50 lists. 2013, 2017, 2021, 2025.
That's
We'll name 5 of them.
Yep. Corkscrew, Franklin, Law Barbecue, Louis Miller, Snows are 5. Name the 6th spot. Yeah, we got some. We should have had some Jeopardy music queued up, but we'll have our fantastic production team. They'll be moderating this. Whoever gets in first. Oh, I'm being told
Okay.
we might have
Do
a
we have the
winner.
right answer? That is incorrect.
incorrect.
First guess was Goldie's. Goldie's has only made 2
Okay.
lists.
No, Greg Mueller, who
Hey, Greg?
hey Greg, he's a buddy of ours. No, you're not correct. Smokey Joe's has not made 4 consecutive.
4 consecutive lists. You have to think about it. At every 4 years, that's 16 years. Smokey Joe's was a good guess because they've been
Yep.
in business that long. Yeah.
Nope, we had a guess for Cadillac. No, that is not correct. Cadillac did not make it in 2013. I think they opened just after that list.
Terry Black.
Nope, Terry Black's did not make this list.
Yes. So what's interesting is, again, this is a place that's been around a long time. They don't get maybe as much press. We'll give them a hint and a clue: coffee and dessert.
There we go.
Coffee and dessert, and barbecue. So we still got an open guess for the Yeti Roadie hard cooler.
Yep.
Zavala's.
It is not Zavala's.
And that was not Joe that guessed it.
And it's not Joe that guessed it. No, it is not Zavala's. Zavala's hasn't been around long enough to have made 4 straight lifts.
Yeah. So they have to have been in business at least 16 years, or really, well, at least 12 years plus maybe one more.
No, Jimmy Ho, Stanley's did not make this list.
That's a
Dude,
good
you were
guess,
on the
though.
research team. You should know this.
We still have somebody can win this.
Someone on our Instagram live might have gotten this.
He's scrolling through a million answers. I see at least one.
I see at least one correct answer. Let's see.
I see several correct answers. Scroll up. We see Mickleway 2M.
Yeah, no, that's the first correct one I see.
Yeah.
And I see it on my screen.
Okay, I think we got it.
All right. I'll ask our producer to confirm this, but I've got _POTS, POTTS, on our Instagram live that submitted Miller's as the correct answer. All right.
Awesome. Congratulations. A
Stay
Yeti
tuned. We will
cooler.
note down your Instagram handle, and we will get you that Yeti cooler.
So once again, Miller's, the clue, barbecue and desserts, some famous and great desserts, high quality coffee.
Yep.
The barbecue, though, is great. It's been around. They've been in the new building for probably 5 years now.
Yeah.
It's been a while. New
No, it's been
location,
probably even longer than that.
maybe longer.
But yes, Miller's has made 4 straight lists. They have never been a top 10 or never number 1, but they continue to stay on the list because they continue to serve really good barbecue.
All right, so let's take a commercial break,
Let's
Andrew.
Take
We'll
a
be
quick break,
back
and
in
we'll be
just
back
a
with
minute.
another guest.
And we're back, and this time we have our Evie Mays.
Yep, we are excited to be joined by Evie Mays Barbecue. Long been one of our favorite places to visit.
Even if it's in Lubbock.
It's about the only thing that gets us out to West Texas these days.
And who do we have on with us from Evie?
It's a surprise.
Yes.
There we go. How you doing?
I missed the
Harness?
test last week, so
It's okay. So did we.
it looks like it's
We're
working.
learning on the fly, man.
Same.
The first time we interviewed Arnis, I'm pretty sure it was a phone plugged into a microphone.
This,
Yeah,
one of the
probably.
other times we viewed Arnis, there was some good bourbon going on too.
There's usually good bourbon when Arnis is around.
And speaking of, I think I still owe you, is it the single barrel?
We'll
I have
get
the
to
bottle
the
of
shipping
bourbon.
problems in a minute.
Yeah.
Uh,
Let's talk about this.
Let's get into it. The oldest barbecue joint on the top 10. When did you become old, Arnis?
Unbelievable. I know. That's crazy to think about. You know, I was thinking a little bit this morning about 12 years ago. I was in my backyard in Tucson with no real litmus for good barbecues, playing around with brisket. So yeah, it's crazy to think about.
Yeah, and for those that may not be familiar with Evie Mays, when we say everything is made in house, we mean everything, including the barbecue pits. Evie Mays has always been kind of the beat of their own drum, whereas Texas barbecue has gotten very standardized. You guys have always done it a little bit differently. Tell us a little bit about the reverse flow pits that you put out, and how that lends a different flavor to your barbecue.
Well, if you know anything about our story, like I said, we originated in Tucson, Arizona, in my backyard. I was diagnosed with celiac disease in 2010. And because of that, we weren't able to eat out a lot because of cross-contamination risks. And so started cooking a lot more at home. I just kind of fell in love with backyard grilling on my propane grill. And then that evolved into charcoal cooking. And then somewhere in there, I loved the ritual of cooking with fire and being outside, and decided I needed to learn how to barbecue. And I wanted to build an offset pit. And back then, I mean, there all the resources that are available to us now, whether it's through the internet or forums or YouTube, there just wasn't that much available back then. And one of the earliest pits that I came across online was a diagram of a reverse flow pit. And for me, never having cooked with live wood or live fire before, it looked like a much more user-friendly design, because you have a baffle plate that runs the length of the cook chamber, and all of the heat and convection has to go all the way down underneath the cook chamber and then switch back. And so if you're looking at a reverse flow smoker, you'll see that the exhaust flue and the firebox are on the same end. So to me, that looked like a user-friendly pit that I could learn how to cook on and not have to worry about burning things up. So that's what I built. That's what I learned on, and I've always stuck with it. And I've thought about changing before, but it's kind of become our thing. I know that it does lend itself to a little bit more of a unique flavor profile if you're really able to catch it. And the reason for that is we don't have the convective strength that you get with a conventional offset. So a lot of times people tell us your barbecue just doesn't taste as smoky. That's what they're used to, and some people like that, some people don't like that. but that is part of it. We run an extremely clean fire because we've got to push all of that through twice the length of a conventional offset. And we don't want a bunch of dirty smoke hanging out, moving slowly through the chamber. So that's why we cook on reverse flow. It's definitely different. It has its benefits. Once you get that big heavy plate of steel that runs through the cook chamber hot, you have really quick recovery time. But at the same time, it's going to take us a while to get our pits up to temp to start cooking. And with
I was going to say, I've had
conventional
the
offset.
pleasure of cooking on one, and with the one at Reveille, and it's like a semi truck. Like you get it going, and once you get it going, it's going to keep going.
Yeah. So, and like I said, if it's not broke, don't fix it. There have been many times that I've been building pits in the shop. Last year, whenever I was building pits for Florida, I spent about a week trying to decide if I wanted to build a reverse flow or switch it up and just have conventional pits out there. We ended up going with reverse flow, and our flavor profile in Florida, we're getting American white oak out of North Alabama, and you combine that with the really humid environment, which is probably not much different than Houston. But our flavor profile in Florida is much different than Wolford, in a good way. And it really, I've always thought that whenever we go to festivals and things and we cook in humid environments, that our barbecue in general is better. But we get to experience that every day now out in Florida, and it definitely helps. It improves the cook, the ease of running the pits. As long as you've got good seasoned wood, a little bit of humidity in the air helps the food.
That's interesting. So for those that may not be familiar, Evie Mae's opened a Florida location last year. How's it been introducing your barbecue to an entirely different audience?
Oh man, so much harder than I imagined. It's not that we've taken Texas passion and consumer for granted, but you just kind of think everybody loves barbecue. Everybody does, but they don't necessarily go out looking for it and they don't seek it. And we are serving Southerners out there that are used to pork barbecue. And pork barbecue in general is less expensive than beef-centric barbecue. And so last summer, these people from southern states were vacationing, and they'd come in and they'd see our menu price for brisket. And these people, if they've ever had brisket, they probably haven't had very good brisket, and it was just blowing their mind, and they thought that we were just trying to take all their vacation money for charging what we were trying to charge for, which is the same.
Disney World's not cheap anyway.
Yeah,
I know.
they sell barbecue at Disney World, and I'm sure it's more expensive.
Oh God.
And it's not very good.
Yeah, I have a question. One of the things that John Lewis had talked about when he was bringing Texas barbecue out to Charleston is the sausage. So they were saying that people were slicing the sausage open and trying to eat it because they weren't used to it. Anything like that as you're trying to introduce it in Florida?
We're making our own sausage out there. That's been one of the things. Sausage, brisket, beef ribs. We are doing a lot of sampling because it's just these people. That's not in their barbecue scope. That's not in their barbecue realm. And they're not going to buy it because they don't understand it. So, we sample a lot of that stuff. We try to introduce these people to our version of barbecue. And for the most part, people really enjoy it, even the brisket. It's not uncommon for somebody to come in and we have to convince them to get brisket. And then they tell us that's the best brisket I've ever had in my life. And that's easy to understand because I've had brisket at Disney World and brisket outside of Texas, unless it was brought there by somebody from Texas or somebody who was really trying to emulate the quality and the cook process that we do in Texas. It's not going to be great.
Yeah. So we'll ask you one more, and then we'll let you get to open your restaurant here in a few minutes. So
Yes, sir.
3 times top 10. What does it mean to have this level of longevity at the top tier of barbecue?
It makes me so proud of our crew, of our employees, of our team that we've had over the last 11 years. I think we've had 150 plus employees in our little barbecue restaurant since we began. And this one is special because last year, the last 18 months, I took on the Florida project, and that was where the majority of my focus was. I spent a lot of time in Florida. I spent a lot of time trying to get that going, and Mallory and the rest of our crew just kept going here, just kept doing things the way that we had always done them, and it makes me really, really proud of them. And it shows me that this isn't just Evie Mays is its own little entity, and we're all just along for the ride, and we're all just trying to be good stewards of what it's become. And it makes me extremely proud that our crew sees that, realizes it, and I don't have to tell them what to do. Nobody has to tell them what to do. They know what's expected, and they figure out how to get it done every day. And to make top 10 again after the last year and a half to 2 years of me really being focused elsewhere. This one means a lot, and it was really a surprise. All of them were a surprise, but this one was really a huge surprise. And it's a blessing. Making the list to me is a byproduct of the grind day in and day out. We've never set out to like making the list be our goal, but we've always hoped to make the list because of what we do on the daily basis. So extremely special, really proud of our crew. And I just want them to appreciate and understand that this is, because of them.
It's awesome. And tell Mallory hi. I know she said the other day she was on the block all day. And tell Evelyn hi for us as well.
And Jack. Congratulations to the entire Every Maze crew and family. You guys continue to push barbecue forward. You continue to be the stalwart of West Texas barbecue and now Florida barbecue. Thank you for the time, Arnis. We'll talk with you soon.
Good to see you both. Enjoy the day. We're going to. So thank you all for what you do for the industry.
Thank you. All right, Andrew, we need to get to
We'll
a commercial
be
break
back
before our next
very
guest.
quickly, and we'll be back in studio with Mr. Daniel Vaughn.
Are you tired of mosquitoes turning your backyard into their own personal buffet? Say hello to Mosquito Shield, the ultimate defense against pesky invaders. But wait, we don't just stop at mosquitoes. Our add-on treatments target ticks, spiders, ants, and other annoying pests, keeping your yard safe and enjoyable all season long. More protection, more backyard units. Schedule your treatment today. Mosquito Shield, more than mosquitoes, it's total peace of mind.
So when right go wrong, just take a little prayer, get your money, man. Yes, I am hopeful for today. Tell me, now you get it. Truth or dare. Are you getting it? Truth or dare. Tell me, now you get it. Truth or dare.
We just picked up some rubs down at BBQ Distro at the Speakeasy. We have our bird rub, we have Feges poultry rub, and we have Gabrick's chicken rub. We're gonna use some chicken breasts. We're gonna grill on the Nomad. We're gonna take it to 170. I like my chicken slightly overcooked. I don't care. Do 165 if you want. I'm doing mine 170. So let's season these up. Just hammer, hammer, hammer. Here we go. Ooh, look at this. That is some good looking color. You can grill it, you can smoke it, whatever you want to do, put it in the oven. We're going to take it to 170. 165 is what you need to take it to. And we're going to throw it on the Nomad. So it's time to try it out. Let's try out the Gabrick. All right, Feges. And it feels like it has like a citrus taste to it, almost like lemon. Oh, that's good. I like that a lot. Good old bird rub. This one has more sugar, more chili powder. I'm not gonna lie to you. these 3 chicken flavors, I love every single one of them. They're so good. Like, you can eat chicken. I don't know if people eat chicken 3 times a week. If you do, just use a different rub every single one of them, and you win. Literally win. It's so good. Go cook.
So what did making number 1 mean to you and to the business?
I feel like when we first opened up Goldie's, it was always like the secret goal, or like what we always like hope what would happen is like we get number 1. So we always just tried to like make the best food we could. So we're shooting for top 10, and whatever happened. So we were really excited to get number 1, and it's been pretty cool since then.
What did making the list change for your business, and like how did you adapt to that?
So I went from like 12 briskets a day to 150 a weekend. So volume wise, it jumped overnight. The list came out on a Monday, so we had some time to adjust for it. So that was the tricky part. We didn't have any more staff right when it started, so it's pretty much us working 7 days a week, as long as it took to get everything done. So on that Monday, we kind of celebrated a little bit, and then Tuesday we got to work. And then I remember that the Friday morning, getting there in the morning, it was probably like 3 a.m. and there was already like 6 vans of like camera people outside filming like every little thing we did. So that part wasn't fun. And then I remember like cutting service, looking outside and seeing like people were parking on the street, and that's not a good street to park on. And like cop cars were going by telling people to move before they got towed. And then there's still 6 cameras in my face while I'm trying to cut for hundreds of people at the same time. So my advice to the next number 1 is don't take any shortcuts when it gets busier. It's easier to keep doing the same thing instead of trying to go back to it. And then don't get complacent. Still try your food. Make sure you're putting out the same quality you were whenever you got that ranking.
All right, we're back and in studio. Look at this. This is the man of the hour, the day, the kingmaker. I saw the KXAN article.
Public enemy number 1 depends on the perspective.
All of those. Yeah.
Daniel, thank you for joining us. I know this is a huge day for the magazine, obviously a huge day for you, the culmination of many, many months and years of work. Let's get right into it. Let's start at the top. What made Burnt Bean the number 1 barbecue joint in Texas?
Burnt Bean's number 1?
That's what we
Man,
heard. Yeah.
I heard so many different predictions.
There was a lot of predictions.
I wasn't sure if Burnt Bean was going to stay at number 1. Yeah. What made Burnt Bean number 1? Well, we were talking off to the side about Burnt Bean, Leroy and Lewis, how they do have a lot of similarities in the fact that they have a much wider menu than people expect from a Texas barbecue joint, and that's part of what makes them special. But really, the thing that makes them special is the fact that they have that incredibly wide menu and then execute it so incredibly well and do it time after time. I mean, really, when we're talking about anyone on the top 10, that's really what it takes, is being able to do it time after time, every single visit. But yeah, with Burnt Bean, they have a lot special going on even before you get to the Sunday breakfast service.
Right.
And that Sunday breakfast service is one of those things that does really set them apart. And not only the variety, but also the heart that goes into each one of them, right? Like those items.
There's a story for almost every single dish.
And it's not just that they came up with a story for it, right? It's like these things are truly meaningful to them, and I think it's because of that they're able to translate them so well into the food that they serve. Yeah,
it's like the bean and cheese taco. The time Ernest gave us the backstory behind it, and then we ate it, and it elevates that dish quite a bit.
Yeah.
And you think, oh, it's just a bean and cheese taco, but
Well, and as
there's
Daniel
something
said,
to
the precision that goes into what they do, on top of it being delicious food, heartfelt food, just the execution of it, and how hard that whole entire crew has worked to make sure that everything is right every single time. It's the hardest thing to achieve in barbecue is consistency.
Yeah, and the fact that they're able to do it over such a wide menu, and then on that Sunday, like that was our last day of eating, was the Sunday that we visited Burnt Bean, and then we went over to Reese Bros Barbecue, also on our top 50. That was our final day, and so we were there on Sunday morning for the breakfast, and then we hung around long enough to get the lunch as well. And the brisket that day was. I've always been impressed with the brisket at Burnt Bean, of course, but it was just something really special about it that day. Like it had this, it just had this savoriness to it. It's kind of hard to describe. It was like everything that is comforting about roast beef, but everything that is barbecue about the perfect slice of smoked brisket, all coming together at once.
that
It was,
beefiness flavor.
yeah.
And there's a few places that we've hit in the last year where that really came out. And who knows what they do to make it, but some of it's wet aging, as we've heard. But yeah, you get so used to how perfect the texture of top tier brisket is, and then you hit one that has that texture and that beefiness, and it's that aha moment all over again for us.
Yeah. Well, and then, you get to Goldie's, and it's like you get that aha moment with the classic barbecue tray, and the fact that they're able to, I mean, anytime I bring someone there, all right, we got a little feedback going on here, but anytime I take somebody to Goldie's as a guest for the first time, they're like,
For the first, I would say, couple of years after the 2021 list came out, we avoided going to Goldie's because we hate standing in barbecue lines, and we made ourselves like after a couple of years, like it's been way too long. We need to get back to Goldie's, and it did. It hit you in the face. You're like, crap, why did we wait so long to get back to Goldie's? Because I mean, it was just as amazing as we remembered it from 2 years before.
But that line made a difference to us.
Oh yeah, I mean the line's always
Because
going to be
we've
the
had-
line,
yeah.
and obviously the line at Burnt Bean is going to get longer, and the line at a lot of these places are going to get longer. But hopefully for barbecue fans and for people in general that love great barbecue, the payoff at the end is worth it. And I think that's kind of one of the hallmarks of this top 10 is the payoff is not going to just be, hey, this is a pretty solid tray of barbecue. It's going to kind of blow your mind a lot of these places. We won't spend a ton of time just going over the top 10 because I want to celebrate the entire top 50 list. But just a couple of thoughts on Leroy and Lewis and Redbird, a couple others in your top 5. What stood out to those to you?
well, for Leroy and Lewis, again, it's that huge variety, but the fact that they can take something as simple as a smoked cheeseburger, and although it was incredibly special the first time I had it, because it was a thoroughly unique thing, now it's been done and been, it's been copied so many times, and I've had it so many times at Leroy and Lewis, but one of my last visits there was really just going to the bar, sitting down and having a burger. And the fact that it could still make that sort of impression of, wow, this is still something so simple and so special, even though I've had it and other versions of it so many times. The fact that that version can still stand out, I think says a lot about them and their consistency.
Redbird's the youngest one on this list.
Yeah, Redbird. Redbird is like, I guess it's the Burnt Bean of last year of 2021, right? Like it's that young place. It was in our list of the best new barbecue joints, and it's phenomenal. It is that place that I don't know if there's any, maybe Dane's, but any more beautiful tray of barbecue, like the way they build it.
Yeah.
And my first visit there. They did have, this was before we were actually visiting for the list, but my very first visit there, they had some issues to work out on seasoning and things like that. And they definitely worked them all out. And then I had other tasters go there as well to check up on them and as we were searching for this top 50. And so, of course, they blew me away with with the meal that I had there, and then blew some other folks away too. So the fact that we've got a place in Port Neches, and then GW's Barbecue down in San Juan, down in the valley, Lavaca Barbecue in Port Lavaca, I think it does show that there's hope for these places trying to do really great, big city barbecue in small towns. That there is a place for it. It is
number one
in
Seguin. I mean, that's a small town.
it is a challenge. Yeah, and number one being in Seguin, I'm sure San Antonio, who maybe had some trouble embracing that Seguin was there when it was time for the Michelin Guide, might be a little more open arms at this point to claim Seguin as part of San Antonio.
I mean, if Houston can claim Montgomery, for God's sake, I mean,
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure San Antonio
Well,
can claim
and what is
Seguin.
Austin? Like Austin is it Georgetown? Is it
Right. Yeah.
Kyle,
What the
Buda?
locals consider part of their area is always kind of funny.
Yeah.
But yeah, if I'm from San Antonio, I'd absolutely be embracing Seguin
Yes.
right now.
how close were the top 10? I mean, it seems like
it's
every
really
issue
more
is-
like how close were the top 15. They were incredibly
that's
close.
why we did 15 on our list.
Yeah. Well, they were incredibly close for sure. It's I look forward to going back to trying some of these places, because then I get to go truly enjoy the incredible food that they offer. So much of the list and of the search is about going and having these great meals, but looking for mistakes, and it's it's those mistakes that often are the things that change that order. I sometimes feel like I'm obsessing over these tiny mistakes on and we know it's on that particular day at that particular tray of barbecue is what we've got to judge, and it's maybe it is unfair. I don't think there's any way to say that this is that we're right. There's no way you can be right about a list like this, but we are as fair as we can possibly be.
Well, and I think the biggest thing is you're thorough, and I think from a business perspective, hopefully that's the least you can ask for. Is, I mean, you have a lot of these lists that are just kind of aggregated these days, and Texas Monthly is one of the only entities that still actually goes out, eats these places multiple times, and rates them based on the experiences they had. So whether you agree with the opinion or not, at least it's an informed opinion. So I mean, hopefully you're never going to make everyone happy with any list that you put out, but at least it being an informed list will hopefully temper the the disappointment for the places that didn't get ranked where they wanted to get ranked or didn't make the list or what have you.
Yeah.
You did mention Lavaca Barbecue, and we you were moderating a documentary panel a few months ago that we participated in as organizers, and you had said that Lavaca was a place that you hadn't been in quite some time, and when you went back, you were really impressed with how much they've evolved in the time from your first visits to your most recent ones.
Yeah. I mean, Lavaca Barbecue, again, if we're making comparisons to the 2021 list, they're the interstellar of this list. They're the place that I had been impressed with their barbecue before, but never thought of it as one of the top contenders. And then one of our tasters went out there for this particular search and was just like, what has happened at Lavaca? Like, this is a different restaurant. And I went out not skeptical, but certainly like, all right, well, let's see what they can do here. And again, I was just thoroughly blown away from item after item. The smoked tamale, the new pork steak that they brought to the menu, and then just the simple things like all of the sides. Every item that I had previously was better on this return visit. So.
And desserts too.
Yeah, and the desserts.
That's a big menu too. I mean, that's kind of a common theme along this top 10 is the menus of these restaurants have just exploded. I mean, very few places are serving 5 meats and 4 sides anymore, which has to make it a little harder to rate or judge one place against another, because before you might be judging a place's beans versus another place's beans. Now you're rating someone's corn pudding versus someone's sweet potato souffle, or and
it can be an advantage or it can be a disadvantage as well. Like the more items you serve, the more mistakes you could be making, but the more chances you also have to be impressive.
And I mean, I'm just looking at over the top 10. I mean, almost every single one has a signature dessert as well. So
yeah, there are signature items all across this top 10. Let's go a little bit regional. Where obviously we're Houston,
Well,
based?
I think we've talked. Let's see. We talked about Interstellar very briefly. Still a really, really impressive barbecue joint. Evie Mae is, yeah, they can't get knocked off. Had the best meal that I'd ever had at Evie Mae's.
That's impressive. 10 years into a business.
To keep them in the top 10 there. And then Truth Barbecue, the pork chop that they're doing on the weekend.
We ate it like 3 days ago.
Yeah.
It was the first time we had
God.
it.
Yeah.
And just to dwell on that for just a moment, what we loved about it, what I loved about it, was it was still pretty much a straight up pork chop. Like there wasn't a fancy dressing or anything that was like took it away from just being that porky flavor.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, oh man, I really want to get back to these places now.
Well, now you can. You know, that's the nice thing.
Yeah. Let's talk about two places that fell off the top 10 that I don't know if we ever thought they would. Franklin and Snows.
Yeah. Well, you know, it's just, as you said, how do you compare places against one another? And it does become harder and harder every year with that wider and wider menu. And I mean, first off, there's nothing that we can say about Franklin Barbecue or Snows Barbecue, positive or negative, that's going to change the amount of people that go there and go try to experience Franklin and Snows. You know, those lines are still going to be crazy, and Snows is still going to put on the best once a week party and barbecue. Franklin Barbecue is still going to be putting out the most, I think, consistently great brisket, you know, day in and day out. But you know, they whereas all these other joints that are in the top 10 have chosen a path to try and offer more and a greater variety and try and do some things that are inventive. Snows and Franklin are at a bit of a disadvantage because they are in their own category of popularity, and in their own category of the fact that they don't need to change a thing.
And there are probably a lot of people unhappy.
Many people who visit would be unhappy if they did. But you know, that it doesn't change the fact that a lot of these other places just are doing so much more.
And it kind of goes to places like Smitty's and Kreitz and Black's as well. Like they're becoming, even though they're kind of another generation of barbecue, of course, they're becoming kind of these historical, important restaurants that, you know, they're going to continue to exist and they're going to continue to be that quality, but they're just not going to get the spotlight and the fanfare that the new kids do.
Well, but for Kreitz Market, so that was one of the last days of the tour, was going into Lockhart, and I went to take a final visit to Barb's, which was a really incredible visit to Barb's. That was our best visit, was that last one. And I had gotten in line early enough and got out of line early enough that I still had some time. I still had some extra time in Lockhart, and stopped in at Kreitz Market to just get a sampling. And I took it out to the trunk and took a photo and took a bite, and it was the best brisket that I'd ever had at Kreitz Market. And I was like, all right, well, that was a good time to serve that one. And Cole Parkman, who works at Leroy and Lewis, who goes and eats there quite often at Kreitz Market. He loves the old school barbecue. He texted and he's like, that's the best looking slice of brisket I think I've ever seen from Kreitz. I was like, well, it was. And so, you know, they're in our honorable mentions list for good reason. And that slice of brisket was a big reason why. Well, really, all of everything that I got on that visit, the pork chop and the pork rib. Yeah.
It's great to see that they're getting the accolades. It's surprising. We even pitmasters that have never been to Lockhart before, and we're dragging them down to, we're like, you need to experience this. You need to understand where it came from, and you need to understand like table salt instead of kosher salt is okay.
Yeah, and appreciate it in the context that it is. Like if you go to those places expecting them to be Redbird or Goldie's, you're going to be disappointed. But
well, there are the best barbecue joints, you know, in our opinion, and then there are the most important barbecue joints out there. And like if you're going to be a fan of Texas barbecue and not visit Kreitz Market or Black's and Lockhart, you know, or go into Smitty's and see the coolest place to eat barbecue in Texas, then you're missing out.
Yeah. No, we definitely share in that opinion. It's one of the things that we've been beating the drum on for years is yes, go to the new places, go to the fantastic craft barbecue spots and the big city spots. But if you really have an appreciation for how this got to where it is now, find those touchstone restaurants. And like I said, Snows and Franklin are becoming that next wave of touchstone restaurants. that have kind of reached this legacy status. But yeah, the Lockhart and Luling and all of those meat market style places, they're still important visits. Whether they rank on a top 50 list or not on a top 50 list, they're still important to visit. So yeah, we'll go through a little bit of the regions of Texas. Houston's where we're based out of. There was a decent amount of turnover on Houston from 2021 to 2025. Number of places came off, number of newer places came on. Talk a little bit about the newer Houston area places that have come on first. Bar A Barbecue, Rosemeyer in Spring. We've got Brisket and Rice in Houston came on, and one that was a surprise to a lot of people, Jennings Barbecue in Montgomery.
Yeah, I knew Jennings would be a big surprise. The fact that there's two places in Montgomery,
right,
and they serve such a different menu than Bar A Barbecue down the street. But yeah, I mean, that's just a mighty little food truck right there. And it was, for our taster in that area, it was their most impressive visit. It was their favorite, the favorite barbecue that they ate in that whole area of Northwest Houston. And so, when I went, I again went in a little skeptically, but they were quite impressive. Just really incredible brisket. The sausage they make is so good. One of those places with a smaller menu.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas Bar A offers
massive menu.
A huge variety. The cornbread pudding with the chocolate chips in it. But the beef rib at Bar A was so good. But yeah, you're right. There is a lot of turnover, and there's a lot of turnover every time we put out a new list. And I think that's the thing that's most surprising to people, even though it is the same every time. I think there's a couple fewer places of turnover this time around than the last list. I think the last one was like 29.
This was 23. So yeah,
there's
a little less. I mean, still a good amount.
A little less turnover, but it's always around half. Around half of the list is usually new whenever a new list comes out. And, that's why we do it every 4 years, because I feel like if we did it every year, then we wouldn't really have that separation, and we wouldn't be able to truly evaluate places against each other in that sort of strict 6-7 month period.
Too much anxiety to the pitmasters too.
Well, and I think that's Michelin has come into Texas, and certainly they made a splash with having 4 barbecue joints on with a Michelin star, which is incredible for barbecue and incredible for those places individually. But I also think that this list coming out, once this list is out, the stress is over for me certainly, and for the barbecue joints involved until another 3 years at least. Whereas with Michelin, like, they might be coming the next day after the awards ceremony,
and you're gonna have no idea who they are when they come in.
And you have no idea who they are, so that's a different level of stress.
Just one quick thing that you mentioned about Michelin, and we don't know how they rate everything. Years ago, you had said like the rating was like brisket gets 2 and everything the other meats get 1, and then the sides really kind of don't count. That's had to have shifted with this list a little bit, and because of
and it really shifted with the last list. I wrote an article before the last list came out, which is really talked about how getting great brisket really isn't special anymore because there's so much of it. So we can't really take brisket as being that uber more important thing than everything else, because if you're in the top 50, you have great brisket, because that's what it takes just to be in the conversation.
That's the starting point now, right?
Yeah,
we're starting to run low on time, so we got a few questions we definitely wanted to get to.
Okay.
The next top 50 list comes out in 2029, God willing.
Hey, I'm working on 2027,
the best
25 best new barbecue joint list. I'm already working on it.
It's grown so much. Any idea what is barbecue going to look like by the time the next list comes out? I mean, it's crazy how it keeps exploding and growing and changing. What do you see as someone who eats more of this than anybody on the planet? What do you see as the next thing in barbecue? What's going to change?
Maybe Koi Barbecue will actually have a
brick and mortar.
Brick and mortar,
a brick and mortar location.
That would be nice.
That was truly one of the best meals that I've had this year. Went there about a month ago. Every time I try to predict it, I'm wrong. I thought I really didn't know if these small town places could survive serving barbecue sort of as expensive as it has become.
That's been a shock to us, to be honest. Like some of the now Brendan's is one of the one of the ones that's in a small town that's not crazy expensive, but yeah,
And Sunbird,
Yeah.
Brendan's Barbecue at $25 a pound for their brisket, and Sunbird Barbecue at just $26 a pound for theirs.
Full
Certainly.
disclosure, we're now gonna have to do another trivia question because that was literally one of our trivia
Yes,
questions.
yes.
Oh, okay. All right.
It's okay.
So that was yeah. Anyway, but the thing is, like, barbecue is expensive,
It is.
and because it's expensive, it's not something that you can eat every day or go out and take your family a couple of times a week. Certainly at a lot of the places that are on this list. And so I wonder just how many of these places, how many of this, top 100, if you count the 50 and the 50 honorable mentions as well, like, how many will be able to survive what is a really competitive business. I don't know how competitive the pitmasters are against one another, but when you have this huge concentration of barbecue in places like, in Fort Worth, they already had all this great barbecue, and then Terry Black's comes to town and opens a location there. And of course, Terry Black's puts out a great product and a lot of it. So, the communities like that, how many barbecue joints like the ones we're talking about can they sustain?
And even to a certain point, a little bit lesser. I mean, True Texas Barbecue, it's not top 50 on the list, but it's pretty competitive with some of these small town places. And I remember like Alex Bender from Bender's Barbecue.
Well, and from a convenience standpoint,
yeah.
it's going to be one of the most convenient places that anyone
Right,
can
yeah,
go
you're
and
already
get
shopping.
not a
Now
bad
there's
slice of
barbecue,
brisket.
and so those impacts. But it'll be great to see barbecue continue to strive, and
Yeah.
we love those little spots where you can get good barbecue at a good price too.
Yeah. And one thing we asked you when we had you on the show back in 2021 after the last list came out was, is there something you'd like to see more of in barbecue and something you'd like to see less of in barbecue? Do you have anything on that this time?
I mean, I'm still waiting on that place that doesn't serve brisket, but I don't see much hope for that. Texas being the beef barbecue state, certainly having its most popular item be brisket. But, as we all know, the reason it was brisket is because brisket was less expensive. And, Leroy and Lewis tried that, and you see how it worked out for them. They went back, and once they opened their brick and mortar, decided that going to brisket every day was a better idea, because people who come and eat Texas barbecue just expect there to be brisket on the menu. I don't know. It's like, I feel like if I say what I want there to be more of, then people will respond to that by offering more of it.
We know that's exactly what will happen.
You said you liked somebody's sweet ribs once, and then everybody had these like
yeah.
ribs.
So I love seeing the resurgence of lamb, seeing the lamb barbecue in places like KG Barbecue with the lamb chops and the lamb shoulder, the lamb ribs at Sabar Barbecue in Fort Worth,
The lamb chop at Barb's as well.
The lamb choppies at Barb's, like seeing that resurgence is a really great thing.
Yeah.
I think because of Barb's too, we'll see a lot more green spaghetti. I've already seen several places serving green spaghetti. Schuff's and Belton now having it on special on the weekends, as well as sopapilla cheesecake, which
that's kind of exploded weirdly like wildfire. Like there's a place that Blake's in Tennessee is doing sopapilla cheesecake from time to time, and I know Brotherton's did it, for a while as well. Miller's, of course. It's been weird. Like the things that catch on are always kind of funny to us. Like, obviously the obvious stuff, like when pastrami got big, like you understood why, but like you'll get these random dishes that will hit.
Andrew's happy it's not Big Red. That's
yeah.
kind of gone. Like that used to be a thing.
I'm kind of over the Big Red trend. I'm glad.
Although at Jimenez Barbecue in Lubbock, that Big Red barbecue sauce that they serve with their barbacoa is amazing. It's the best use of Big Red. Maybe it's a tie with the Big Red glaze that Lavaca Barbecue uses on the pork ribs. But one of the other things I'll mention, and I know I'm in friendly company with this, is more pork steaks.
Yes,
I have seen more pork steaks, and
it's not just us guys. It's Daniel too.
Well, I'll put that I'll put the pork chop in, let's say, more sliced pork, right? The pork chop that Truth Barbecue is serving now on the weekends. Of course, the pork chop that Kreitz Market has been serving for years and years now. The new pork steak at Lavaca Barbecue is really incredible. The pork steak, there was a pork steak special that I had at Mickleweight which was especially
Oh, the pecan granola.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
That
So
was ridiculous.
So seeing those items pop up a little more often will I'll always gravitate towards that sliced pork rather than the pulled pork.
Amen to that. Well, Daniel, we've got one more. We'll let you go on this. What's the early reception that you've gotten on your phone this morning?
Oh, early reception I've gotten. Well, mostly places that are texting, mostly pitmasters who are texting to say thank you and they're happy to be on the list. But the second text I got this morning was probably the wildest accusation that I'll get today. At least I hope. And yeah, so it was an accusation that I'm somehow punishing a barbecue joint as a retaliation. But guess what I did to this barbecue joint to retaliate against them? I put them in the top 50.
Oh,
yeah,
wow.
Yeah, that was their big
That's a punishment a lot of restaurants
yeah.
would like to have.
Yes, exactly. So, but today is the day of accusations about why I make decisions of one place over another. But the thing that some people can't wrap their head around is that it comes down to the barbecue, and it's not the barbecue that they ate when they went to the place.
Right,
It's
it's
the
that
barbecue
visit,
that we
yeah.
ate. It's the barbecue not only that was served to me, but just as importantly, the barbecue that was served to the taster, who they probably don't know, who came in from Texas Monthly before or after I came in. So, yeah, that's that's the text messages I've gotten so far today.
Well, it's going to be a incredibly busy day for you.
Yes.
We cannot thank you enough for coming to the studio, taking the time. You're who everyone wanted to hear from today. Everyone wants to know, how did this happen? How did this happen? How did this person get ranked here? So hopefully, you've heard it, whether you agree with it or not. That's why lists are informed opinions. We're pretty darn happy with those lists. We a lot of great barbecue on it, a lot of amazing stuff. And it gives us new places to try.
Yeah,
Because
there's like 4 or
in
5 places
2021, we had
haven't
already
been
been to the entire 50. There's multiple restaurants on this list that we've not been to yet.
Okay.
Especially around the DFW area. We just don't get up here enough. And so when we do, it's hard for us to not want to go to the extremely heavy hitters that we know are fantastic. But of course, now we've got, places to go and people to see. So yeah, we're excited for it. So thank you to Texas Monthly.
Well, I want to thank you all and BBQ Distro for putting this all together. And I mean, you two have been the best hype man for this top 50 list for the last couple of months now, talking about predictions and taking bets and
Polymarket. Next time, Polymarket better be having the
Yeah, we'll have some odds makers next time. But it's been obviously something that we've been passionate about and nerding out about for a decade now. It's always fun to see what new places are coming on, what old places are going off. So thank you guys for letting us have the tiniest role in hyping this up and having all these great guests on. We're excited to see where barbecue goes over the next couple of years. The best new 25, only 2 years from now.
That's right. Yeah.
Daniel, get to work. What have you been doing?
I just published a story about an early contender in Boxcar Barbecue down in Lufkin.
Serving pork steaks.
Serving pork steaks on Thursdays only.
Yep.
A place that we really missed in our search. Always surprised to find. Always surprised how much good barbecue continues to open in Texas, and makes my job delicious.
That's a great note to end on. Thank you guys. We'll be back in just a moment.
Thanks, sir. All right, here we are again.
Yeah, we are back. Thank you to Daniel Vaughn. And we've got another great guest for you. The number 4 joint on the Texas Monthly Top 50 list, Redbird Barbecue and Amir Jalali. What's going on, Amir? Hold on, Amir. We're having some sound issues with you. Did you mute us? Look at that. He's got his apron on, everything.
I know.
It's like he's going to be
ready to
working.
work.
All right, Amir. We're going to work on your audio for a sec.
Yes.
No, just going back to the conversation with Daniel. I mean, it's really interesting where barbecue's gotten now, and these huge menus, and like you said with Franklin and Snow's, they're not trying to be those massive barbecue joints that have these crazy menus. So
And you don't want them to be.
Right, but it makes it very hard for them to stay in that top conversation. Yeah, so it's going to be a surprise to a lot of people, but that's where barbecue is now.
Well, Daniel mentioned burgers, and I mean, you can go have a burger and a drink and a dessert and not have any other barbecue, and it's a great experience at a number of places.
Yeah, that's the exciting thing barbecue now, is you don't just have to go and get the same tray everywhere. I mean, it's available to you, but hopefully as a barbecue fan, you're going out and you're trying more of it, experiencing these specials. I mean, that's the fun of it for us at this point.
Yes.
You know, I'm no longer excited just to eat brisket.
No, and we can go a whole day without eating brisket and be perfectly fine.
Yeah, so especially nowadays, like I said, with the menus being so big, you know, that's one of the things that I'm excited to see where barbecue goes from here. You know, we keep wondering, like, when is it going to plateau? I do think the growth has slowed down a little bit from where it was in 17 to 21, but that was almost inevitable. Like, how could you keep going on that fast of a train with a new barbecue joint opening seemingly every week whether it's a big city or a small town?
On innovation, and I think we talked about this with about Leroy and Lewis, whether it was on the air or off the air, but some of the cooking methods and things that are kind of coming back around. You know, Daniel mentioned pork steaks, but direct heat just as a cooking method seems to be coming back, and we know it's very difficult to serve with holding and everything else.
Right.
But
Well, and that's kind of another topic of conversation is in 2017, it was the explosion of offset propane tanks. Like every barbecue joint was cooking almost exclusively on offset propane pits. And obviously that's still the most popular form now, but you do have a lot of direct heat that's come into it. You have multiple pit builders that are building direct heat pits. You also have multiple rotisseries. That joints are now having a variety of different cooking methods within their own restaurant.
Not as a primary.
Right. Yeah.
or
A lot
primary
of the
and
restaurants
secondary.
on this, even on the top 10, a lot of these restaurants have multiple different cooking methods, whether that's, chicken they're doing direct heat or, the ribs are going on a rotisserie or whatever it might be. But it's giving them different avenues, not just for creativity, but for pit space, especially as these places get busier and busier, it allows them to serve more people if they're not having to try to fit everything on a pit schedule of 1 or 2,000 gallon offset propane tanks. You can fit a lot of dang barbecue on a rotisserie.
And when Corkscrew was on the top 10 and they had their rotisserie, weren't they like the only one that had a rotisserie?
I think they
then?
might have been
Yeah.
like in 2017, they might have been the only
now
one.
I'm just kind of looking to see, 1, 2, 3 for sure.
Yeah.
I'm not sure about some of the others.
Yeah, well, I know
Three,
Burnt
yeah.
Bean has a rotisserie. I know Goldie's has a
Goldie's, yeah.
rotisserie.
And
Truth
Patty.
has a rotisserie.
Oh, so 4.
Yeah.
4.
All right. I think we've got Amir's audio worked out. Let's see.
What's up, guys?
Hey, we can hear you.
Hey, there you go.
Nice.
Awesome. Thank you for having the patience on this.
Yes, sir. Thank you guys for having us.
More congratulations, though. Come on, top 5, dude. Top 5. Is that what
Oh
you
my
thought?
gosh, guys. I was shaking, man. I've had a surreal morning. This morning's been unbelievable. I think it's just a testament to the team and my family and those guys up in Fort Worth at Goldie's. I haven't, people in barbecue will understand this, but like when you're loving something so much, like you don't stop until you want to hit a certain goal. And like top 10 was always our goal, especially after I worked at Goldie's. And man, top 5 is just
now
unreal.
Amir. We did this off record, but now I want to put it on record. You told us when we interviewed you, this was over a year ago, you did tell us like, yes, top 10 is a goal, but man, I'd love to be top 5.
Yeah, 100%, man. And you know how the list is when you're starting to scroll, you see 10, you see 9, then you see 8. And like I didn't see us nervous. I didn't see us in the back 6 through 10, and I'm like, all right. And then I kept scrolling, man, and I think number 4 was the best spot that we could have really landed for where we're at. And we're super humbled, man. This is a surreal experience for us here.
And you can tell Goldies that they can see you in the rearview mirror.
Yeah, 100%.
Right,
I'm going for this next list for sure. But a testament to those guys, and they've all reached out and they've congratulated me, and I would not be where I'm at without them, especially Lane. So I can't say enough about those guys.
Yeah, no, it's been great to watch all of the Goldie's alumni go on and open these amazing barbecue spots. And one of the things that impressed us about Redbird from meal 1 is, yes, we knew you had the training and the experience from where you'd worked before, but the menu was yours. Tell us about the Redbird menu and what people can expect when they go to Port Neches for the first time.
No, absolutely. And, that's another testament to Lane. Like on his days off, after they get number 1, me and him are sitting there and really figuring out like my roots and really kind of digging deeper than just like your traditional things that you see in barbecue. For what people can expect is seeing me on the block every day. Redbird staying very consistent and me being here. I'm fully committed to really just showing people what a small town barbecue spot can do. And I think it's I don't even know what to say, guys. I really don't.
Well, we have one request, and I know we have to go really soon because we're running behind, but Amir, Sunday.
Dude, I know my dad's already on me about Sundays. Yeah, I think what's best for the business is probably going to stay Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Let's, kind of make sure we can handle those 3 days. And once we can, and I feel confident that we can add the 4th day, Sundays are coming back for sure.
We hope so. I mean, we're just jealous at this point that people in Port Neches just get to eat your food more than we do. but no, we're super happy for you. As you know, we've been big fans from day one. You guys
Yes,
have
sir.
earned this spot on the list. And I think you guys can go up from here. So let's see what happens 4 years from now.
Yeah, 100%. I'm doubling down on everything, man. And no, I really enjoyed you guys coming out, all the times that y'all did come out. Like, I really do appreciate you guys. I feel like y'all kind of saw the potential that Redbird had before others.
We tried to
and
get
I
there
really
as
do.
often as we could before this list came out. We were coming
sure.
last weekend, but somebody was closed.
Yeah, I know.
But
I
hey,
really didn't want
there's
to
a
do
brand
that,
new
but
pit inside of Redbird
got a
now.
brand new pit, and yeah, today's a big day for Redbird. But I really want to thank Texas Monthly and Daniel. And last time Daniel came here, I was just kind of from afar. I kind of watched him take a couple different bites, and I feel like that was the reaction that you wanted to see from him. So coming up to this list, I definitely felt confident that we had maybe changed his mind, because the first time around, I don't think he necessarily loved the saltiness of the brisket. But nah, guys, I appreciate y'all, and thank you guys so much for having us.
Congratulations. Enjoy the day. We'll see you soon.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Back to work, guys, and hopefully see you guys soon.
Absolutely. All right. We'll be back in just a moment with another guest.
And hey, Bryce.
Bryce, you want to do Sarah next?
Let's do.
Today we got ribs. Want to try our Zavala's pork rub? And then up top, bro, blood roast. Some of the coolest dudes in the world from H-Town. We're gonna use their rub. They look like they have a little bit more maybe paprika in there. Something that gives it a little more redness. Bro, this is your world champion right here. This Pinkerton. This guy wins shit. H-Town finest. Like this competition stuff. Like, oh, look at this is a nice red color on here. We're gonna throw them on smoker. 275, 250, 300, 4 hours. Who cares? You just want them to bend. They're done. So with Pinkerton, I see a little more pepper on there, thicker pepper, a little more red. Blood roast is a little darker. Their pepper's smaller. Our Zavala's rub, we can see like a smaller pepper. It looks like a little more paprika on it. So, let's start with blood roast because it's in the middle. Has a smoky taste to it. This is Pinkerton. This world championship stuff right here. I like this. You can taste pepper, sugar. I can definitely tell why.
And we're back. So one of the things we wanted to do is get the perspective of one of the most respected food writers in one of the major regions. We've long said that Dallas-Fort Worth is the strongest region of barbecue right now. So we thought there'd be no better person to have on than Sarah Blaskovich from Dallas Morning News. Hey, Sarah.
Hi, guys. Can y'all hear me?
We can.
Okay, great.
Thank you so much for joining.
My pleasure. I've been listening a lot of the morning. I've also been writing a whole bunch of news stories. We have a story out now about the Dallas-Fort Worth restaurants that are on Texas Monthly's list. And I'm working on a story about the restaurants not on the list, which should come out either this afternoon or tomorrow morning. And then I'm interviewing Daniel Vaughn at 2:30 today. So it's a big news day for a barbecue lover like me.
Yes.
Yeah, this is a big day for anyone in the barbecue world or anyone that loves barbecue. Dallas-Fort Worth is such an amazing region of barbecue, but obviously, as you said, you're going to have some places that drop off that serve really good barbecue because not everyone's going to make it. You know, they could easily put 15 places from Dallas Fort Worth on this list, but you know, there's going to be room for different regions to be represented. So tell us a little bit about how the Dallas Fort Worth area has grown in your opinion, because you've been covering it for so long.
Sure. 4 years ago, we saw 11 restaurants on Texas Monthly's list from the DFW area. 3 of those were in the top 3. This year, 4 years later, we have 10 instead of 11. So 1 fewer on the top 50 list and 1 fewer in the top 10. So there's 2 in DFW. There's number 3 Goldies in Fort Worth and number 7 Danes in Aledo that made the top 10. Now, I listened to all of your podcasts coming up to this date, and you guys were exactly right that there's going to be a healthy mix of restaurants that stick around. Cadillac Barbecue comes to mind, and then new restaurants that come on. Like Yerby's is a really exciting example of a newer place, you know, that's doing all halal and is a bit of a drive from Dallas, but not so far. It's about 50 miles north of downtown Dallas. And that's a cool addition to this list. I'll give Daniel Vaughn and his team a ton of credit. They really know their stuff. And there are even a few restaurants from DFW that I don't know intimately and hoped I knew more about. So it's always exciting to get a list like this. I think a lot of consumers get it and think, you know, well, now I've got a list of places to eat. I hope I get the list and say, I know everything about all those places. And that wasn't true this go around. I have not been to the barbecue restaurant in Fate. And so that's like the thing I need to do this week, if I can. The trouble with this list, as you know, is that a whole bunch more people are going to want to eat at the restaurant in Fate, and I should have been there last week.
That's ours as well. There's like, I think 4 in the Dallas-Fort Worth area that we need to get to that on this list.
Yeah. There's multiple places in DFW that we have not been to, and we've heard about these places, but it's one of those finding the time, making the time to get up there. But of course, now we're all going to be going there with everybody else and their brothers trying to go there. What are some of your personal favorites in the DFW area?
So, you know, I think this will be controversial, but I am surprised to see Terry Black's Nowhere on the list. And here's why. If somebody in Dallas or out of Dallas says, where should I eat reliably excellent barbecue in Dallas proper? I send them to Terry Black's first. And I understand that it's all day barbecue and that there are lots of locations now. I think that might have been a knock against it. But, and I don't know. I'm not on the inside of that team. But it is my favorite place to tell people to eat if they just want to stand in line for 7 minutes and get really exciting Texas barbecue that I think models a general style of barbecue that we want people to try, you know, this Texas style brisket, all that. And so, you know, I'm sad to see that not on the list. I'm glad for me because people already know about the restaurant in Deep Ellum and the newer restaurant in Fort Worth. Of course, Terry Black started outside of Austin, and they come from the longtime Black's barbecue family. But that's one, you know, that I wished were on the list. I understand why it's not, but that's a favorite.
And it's a good point you made. You know, that's a good place for dinner. And consistency is key there.
Yeah, like it's easy to tell the barbecue nerds, oh yeah, go stand in line for Goldies for 3 hours. But your average eater doesn't want to do that. Yeah, Terry Black's is probably the best high volume convenience barbecue in Texas.
I think that's exactly right. And I'm with you. I will stand in the heat and drink beer at 7 o'clock in the morning in order to get breakfast barbecue as well. I love this. But, you know, as the food writer for the Dallas Morning News, casual eaters ask me all the time where to eat. And part of the job is
part of the job is?
I think we had a connection issue with Sarah.
Yes. Right.
Okay. Yeah, we'll see if we can get Sarah reconnected. But yeah, her perspective on DFW is really valuable. Little inside baseball story for you. Our first attempt at interviewing Goldies, we came up to DFW. I'll tell that story later.
Hey,
Welcome back,
sorry
Sarah.
I'm so sorry, you guys. I think I froze right in the middle of saying something, but
It's okay.
sorry about that.
No, it's I'll make this story very quick for the Cliffs Notes. One of the few interviews we've ever had to re-record in our lives was our first interview attempt with Goldies, because we made the uncommon mistake of trying to interview them the weekend after your article with them came out. And at the time, they were a really, really small staff. I mean, they still are a small staff, but they were bare bones at that time. It was right in the heart of COVID and everything like that.
Yeah.
So we went up to interview them, and it was just, I think it was Lane, Jalen, and Nupon. That was the entire restaurant at the time. And those guys were just dead on their feet. And so, we're talking with them, and we interviewed them. And afterwards, Lane's like, can we do that one again? He's like, we got our butts kicked all weekend because of that Sarah Blaskovich article that came out. But they were so excited that article had come out because they really needed it at the time. It was really one of the first local media stories they had on them. So what was it like those early days eating at Goldie's?
Yeah, I'm so glad you asked. So I have little kids, and my youngest daughter was born the second week of the pandemic. And so we were a family that ate outdoors for a year. It was not an option to go indoors when we had an infant. And of course, we love restaurants. It's my job, but it's also a hobby. And so anywhere we could go and eat outside with our children during COVID was big. And I still remember it. It gives me goosebumps, actually. We had like a family moment on a picnic table at Goldie's. Like both of my kids reaching in with their hands, no napkins, eating that perfect brisket. They gave us the wrong sausage, but it was a really interesting sausage. So I go up with the sausage like in my hands, and I'm like, I don't think this is the beef sausage, but it's very good, and I can't figure it out. What is in here? And it was the Laotian sausage. That's exactly right. And so my kids loved it. I loved it. The place was wacky, right? Like if you haven't been to Goldie's, it is out there, and then you keep going. And then, and there's the landfill, and then across the street is the place. And you think, I don't know if this is going to be great. And then it is. There were just so many cool little things. And I said at the time out loud to my husband, and then in a news story, this is the next thing. This place is spectacular, and it's special. And people need to know about it. So I wrote that story. I think some more people learned about it. And then I felt wonderful that it was #1 in 2021, because that had nothing to do with me, but it sort of validated that, my barbecue opinions are good.
So we've talked about some of the great barbecue places that have stayed on. What are some of the ones you've seen come off? I know you mentioned Terry Black's, that you were surprised or disappointed to see come off.
Yep. Yeah. Pecan Lodge is on my mind because Tom Cruise went there last week. And that was a news story for the Dallas Morning News. And so, Pecan Lodge has changed over the years. It is still on the lips of Dallas people who like barbecue. And it's on my mind because it was just visited by a celebrity. There are a couple others that I just think are Smoke and Ash in Arlington is one. It's Ethiopian barbecue, and I'm not sure if it would have been a top 50 contender for me, although I like the food. I was just there about 10 days ago, but they were visiting.
Oh, did Joe break our signal?
Did Joe just hijack our show?
Did he hack into the system?
Only Joe Zavala could do this.
Yes.
You're lucky.
Kick Joe out of the studio.
We kicked him out of the country, and he still managed to hijack the show. For those of you that don't know, Joe Zavala is in Italy right now, but somehow he hacked our feed. Sarah, I don't know what Joe Zavala is doing.
I know. I just want to mention Smoke and Ash because they've had a lot of accolades. They were up for best.
Oh no.
I blame Joe for this.
Smoke and Ash, yes. Okay, I think we're gonna have to cut Sarah.
Yeah. Well, unfortunately, we'll have to cut that segment short.
Smoke and Ash.
Yeah, Sarah, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you so much for your perspective. We're going to take a short break, and then we'll be right back.
All right, let's get Chris on.
Today, we got these baby back ribs. Want to try it up? We're going to use, of course, our Zavala's pork rub. So we're just going to get a little bit down here, and then up top, bro, blood roast. Some of the coolest dudes in the world from H-Town. We're going to use their rub. They look like they have a little bit more maybe paprika in there. something that gives it a little more redness. Bro, this is a world champion right here. This Pinkerton. This guy wins shit. H-Town finest. Like this competition stuff. Like, oh, look at this is a nice red color on here. So we're gonna throw them on smoker. 275, 250, 300, 4 hours. Who cares? You just want them to bend. They're done. So with Pinkerton, I see a little more pepper on there, thicker pepper, a little more red. Blood Rose is a little darker. Their pepper's smaller. Our Zavala's rub, we can see like a smaller pepper. It looks like a little more paprika on it. So, let's start with Blood Rose because it's in the middle. Has a smoky taste to it. This is Pinkerton. This world championship stuff right here. I like this. You can taste pepper, sugar. I can definitely tell why he wins. I think I like Pinkertons more than mine. I can't believe I'm saying that. His is good. I would say Blood Rose, the least sweetest. If you want something sweet, both.
All right, we're back with in-studio guests. This time, one of our favorite restaurants and the best ribs in Texas by far, Chris Manning with
Smoky Joe's. Smoky Joe's Barbecue is the second oldest spot on the top 50 list. That's pretty crazy, Chris.
It is. That's been my goal is, how can we keep the generation going and try to keep it afloat. That was one thing I was scared kind of coming into the restaurant was I don't want to mess up. So.
Well, I think it's safe to say 2 straight top 50 lists. You haven't messed it up. You've only modernized it, made it better while keeping, I think, the heart and soul of what Smoky Joe's Barbecue has been for 40 years now. So tell the listeners, the viewers who may not be familiar with Smoky Joe's Barbecue a little bit about the history of the place and your role now as the steward of this restaurant.
Well, kind of like how you said it, the history of the restaurant has always been to keep the traditional old school barbecue. That's one thing that I never want to change was like the ribs and different things like that we still keep, whether it's potato salad. But aside from that, my goal has always been to, elevate it. Obviously, I saw the brisket needed work and, still trying to make it better to this day. But that's always kind of been my goal is to keep that old school flair of Smoky Joe's, but also bring certain things up to date.
Yeah, and the brisket, we had probably the best brisket we've ever had there yesterday. And that's saying something because we've had some really good brisket. But one of the things that Brian and I have kind of lamented over the years is the reduction in pepper and brisket rubs.
Yeah.
And we get why it's expensive as hell.
Yeah.
But we love it personally. There's not a whole lot of places doing it, but there was a really peppery bark to your brisket yesterday. Has that been something you've been working on, or how did that evolve to where it is now?
It has, pepper's expensive. I guess a lot of people know that, which is, I think it's almost doubled in price. But yeah, we want to make it a little bit more peppery, and you start using a different binder to kind of help it stick a little bit more than what it used to. So
that's great. One question we kind of had, I don't think we had it in the interview, but what are like ratio of ribs to brisket ordering? I mean, you've got the kind of the new style brisket, and you've got these classic ribs. Is it heavily centered on people getting ribs, or is it kind of mixed? Is people getting a little of everything? Are they learning the brisket?
So that's a great question. So people are actually just learning the brisket. We are primarily known for our ribs, which, my friend at CEO Smokehouse, Kate, he said, that's a good problem to have.
It is.
You rather people more buy ribs, but I was like, I always want people to buy brisket. But he's like, no, that's a great problem. And, as far as profits analysis, stuff like that, it does make more sense. And that is our staple, ribs. We're known for traditional, simplistic ribs. They're, more like you say, more of a porky flavor, no glaze. It's just kind of a traditional rib that we've tried to keep, and keep that, as a staple in Smoky Joe's.
Is it hard? You cook the ribs with hickory and you cook the brisket with oak. And I don't, again, maybe we've asked this question before, probably, but is it hard to keep the hickory in? I mean, it's not native to here, right? So
we have actually a great wood distributor. We don't necessarily have an issue getting hickory. The only downside with getting hickory is sometimes it's kind of wet, a little bit moist. It's not seasoned like we want it. But aside from that, we hadn't had too much trouble, knock on wood, getting it. So,
and for anybody listening, if you haven't been to Smoky Joe's, get to Smoky Joe's. But try the ribs, try the brisket, buttermilk pie.
The buttermilk
We
pie.
have to get it every
Yeah.
time. Oh my
And the
God.
breaks.
Yeah, and the
The
breaks.
breaks.
I mean, that's one of the things that we were just talking with Daniel earlier about these large menus, and Smoky Joe's is another one that has an incredibly large menu. And then you add in specials. I know you guys are doing the Texas Twinkies now.
Yeah.
You got house-made boudin on the menu now. Where does it stop? What do you?
I feel like, you keep rotating menu items. You keep trying to, see what people really like. And I feel like, Texas Twinkies they're a staple in Texas barbecue now, in my opinion, especially in North Texas. I would say that, people, they look for those on your menu, same like
Right.
beef ribs.
Yeah, it's definitely the popularity of the Texas Twinkie has gotten huge in the DFW area, especially because of Hutchins, the originator of the Texas Twinkie, and then it's grown and grown in this area. What was it like waking up this morning finding out that you've made a second straight top 50 list?
A lot of nervous. Obviously couldn't sleep last night. Woke up at 2:30, just itching, looking around like I can't sleep. I knew this was gonna happen, but I guess excitement and just really, really grateful to make the list. I feel like we're very thankful and very just humble about that, because we feel like we still have a lot of work more to do. And so, but definitely grateful for all the long hours, and it made everything make sense, of all the sleepless nights, just getting up early every day. My friend at East Texas Russ, he always tells me you gotta be a little crazy to cook barbecue for a living, and he's right. He's right. So
I mean, the hard work has definitely paid off. It's surprising that you're one of only 2 restaurants in the top 50 with a Dallas address. And, there are places in the outskirts of Dallas.
Yeah.
But as far as Dallas proper, you're one of only 2 barbecue joints in Dallas proper to make the top 50 list. I mean, Fort Worth, every time you turn around, there's someone opening another barbecue joint.
Yeah.
Dallas has not had quite the explosion that Fort Worth has had, but you and Slow Bone have both been, the 2 Dallas joints with the Dallas address. Like I said, the outskirts, Cadillac and Farmers Branch, things like that. But you're representing Dallas. You're representing I think the perfect mix of old school and new school barbecue.
It's such a great way to do it. Like you either get one or the other.
Yeah,
There's no place that's doing it where you're getting both traditions side by side and both done so well. So it's always a great experience going.
We're trying to kind of keep that tradition going. That's been one thing, is stay to our roots, give people the Southern flair, but also things that you can only find in Dallas, that whether it's East Texas hot links or the breaks or just different sides that we like to put on our menus.
Yeah, we had some fried okra yesterday.
Fried okra, just different things like that kind of keep us separate, but also keep the newness going. Whether it's create a new sausage, put in a new special with either beef ribs or something kind of off the wall on the menu.
And you guys are open for lunch and dinner most days, right?
We are. We get a very good dinner rush. Obviously, we're located on the side of the highway, so a lot of people coming home from work at 5 o'clock. Hey,
We noticed most people were getting it to go when we were
Yes. I would say 85 to 90% of our customer base has always been to go. Mind you, we just added the lobby on. I think it was in 2018. So
awesome. Yeah, we love the new building, of course, but yet holding true to the original location.
Yeah.
Same thing, new pits, but same location, new style brisket, classic ribs, Smoky Joe's. Get there. If you haven't been, get there, get as much of the menu as you can, but you cannot miss the ribs.
Yeah. Again, the second oldest barbecue joint on the Texas Monthly Top 50. That is pretty amazing. It's one of the funny things that Brian and I, we go through all these little stats and stuff because we geek out about it. But the 2 oldest barbecue joints on the list are Louis Miller and Smoky Joe's. If you were to take those 2 out of the equation, the average age of a barbecue joint on this list is 7 years old.
Oh, wow.
That's amazing to think about. You guys have been in business for 40 years.
Yeah.
Louis Miller's been in business for
even open 2 lists ago.
Right, for 77
right.
years, and then 7 years for the rest of the average top 50. It's an amazing accomplishment to have taken a barbecue joint that had a legacy, that had this history, bring it into the modern age while still respecting what it's been. So we're super excited that you're staying on the top 50. After we ate our meal there yesterday, we're like, it would be criminal if this place is not on the top 50. So congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for what you've done with Smoky Joe's. We look forward to our next meals there, and you guys get out to Smoky Joe's barbecue.
Please stop by, and I appreciate y'all having me greatly. Thank you.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you,
All
Chris.
right, we're going to take another commercial break, and then we'll come back.
All right. What would being the number one barbecue joint in Texas mean for you and for your business?
I mean, it would be the realization of everything that we've worked toward for a very long time, for my entire career. That's something I've been thinking about nonstop since I realized it was within reach. It would be, I wouldn't know what to do because I would have achieved everything that I would want to achieve. I would say if you're a business trying to get on the Texas Monthly top 50 barbecue joints list, focus on quality. That's pretty much it. You have to focus on the quality of everything you're putting out. Every single slice, every single tray, every single plate, every single guest has to be great. So anytime that we do luckily achieve some sort of big press hit, our business doubles and we get really busy, and then we have to change everything about how we do everything. So that certainly happened the biggest time with the Texas Monthly list. And yeah, we had to order twice as much food as we've ever ordered before, figure out where to store it, figure out how to get it.
All right, we are back and we have another guest on the phone. Really, really amazing results. GW's number 5 in the top 10.
Yep, from Rio Grande Valley. Welcome GWs to the show. What's going on, guys?
How's it going, guys? How's it going?
Georges.
How's it going?
Well, tell us, how's the day?
It's been a roller coaster of emotions for sure.
Did you think you had a
surreal
chance at
and
number
I'm
5?
shocked. I was hoping for top 10. When we opened, I just wanted to make top 50. And then you start getting customers who eat barbecue everywhere, and they're like, "Man, you guys are up there. Like you could be top 10." And then we start getting people like, "You guys are top 5. You guys are up there." And it's hard to believe, And then once I saw it, I was just in shock.
Yeah, no, we've been excited about the growth of barbecue in the Rio Grande Valley for several years now. We were fortunate to come down a few years ago and do a roundtable that you guys are a part of. But just seeing the growth of barbecue in Rio Grande Valley, and now you guys being the first top 10 joint from the Rio Grande Valley, what does that mean to represent your region like that?
I mean, it's amazing. It feels amazing, and I'm just really proud to be at the forefront of that and to be a part of it and to have the Valley represented. I know since we've been a part of barbecue, the RGV is not really looked at as a top barbecue spot, and it's going to be great for the community now to be able to say, we have some of the best barbecue in the state of Texas.
No, absolutely. I mean, we've been such big fans of what's going on down there, and it's great that more people are going to make the trip down there. Let people know, because one of the things that's really cool about how you do your menu is the rotating specials. So we're coming up on the month of June right around the corner. Any sneak peek on what some of the new items that are going to be on the menu for GWs in June?
So we're actually changing up in July.
Okay.
But we are probably going to bring back a few of those items that were mentioned in the article, so people can try some of that stuff this coming month.
Now that's going to be super cool. I mean, you guys are just pushing the envelope on barbecue, and we love to see it.
I mean, we were talking
Yeah,
about
we do our best.
today.
We do the seasonal menus. We keep our staples, and then we like to introduce new meats, new sides, just to keep it interesting. And people have really enjoyed it, and we've just stuck with that, and it's been great.
So one of the things that we enjoy that you guys are doing is, in addition to the offset smoked meats, you guys do a good amount of stuff with direct heat. What are some of the direct heat items that you guys have done?
Yeah, we've done different stuff. We've done, of course, chickens. We've done pork steaks. We've done tri-tips. We've done lamb chops. We've done cabrito. I mean, we're always just trying to do something different and to give our customers an experience. That's what it's all about. you walk in and you want to give people great meats and as well as great sides and great service, and that's always what we've been about.
It's awesome. It's so great to see again, as Andrew mentioned, like the Valley represented. We know that Ferris, is not on the list, and that that hurts us personally, just from how we feel. But to have a top 5 restaurant from the Rio Grande Valley, such an amazing achievement. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
No, absolutely, guys. Enjoy the day. We look forward to our next visit down to Rio Grande Valley. It's a yearly trip for us now, so we can't wait to get back down there for another meal. We know the line's gonna be longer, and that's okay. But we're happy for you guys. Congratulations, and we'll see you soon.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you for having us on.
Look forward to having you guys.
Absolutely,
Can't
congratulations. The number 5 barbecue joint on the Texas Monthly list.
Yeah.
That is pretty darn cool.
So, speaking of pretty darn cool, I wonder if Joe Zavala is still available. Is he hacked into our system again?
Joe, are you on a gondola? Joe? He's probably gone to sleep.
Yeah.
Am I on?
Oh
You're
my
on-
goodness.
He is on.
What's going on? I'm trying to find my key to get back in my hotel. What's going on?
They changed the locks.
They did. 1 second.
Oh, this is a wonderful angle.
Oh my God.
Oh my
Don't
God.
look up the shorts.
Hey, what's going on?
There's only one Joe Zavala, ladies and gentlemen, and thank God for that.
We're about to head to dinner right now.
All right, what are you gonna? Are you getting one of every pasta like you did last night?
I am. Actually, no, we're getting this. I guess in Milan, they're famous for their veal cutlet, so we had to pre-order it.
Look at him knowing his
that.
blocking and letting the Michelin guide
Yeah, there's a
plaque be
Michelin-
on right behind his
Michelin
shoulder.
sign behind you.
Oh, is that right there?
Yeah,
I was
imagine
actually-
that.
I had some rosé, but I had to chug it because I thought I was about to get my cab. So I'm sorry. I was going to be having some wine right now.
Oh, good
Man,
Lord.
it's a great day, man. This list came out. Everybody seems so
Yeah, what-
happy. It's amazing.
What do you think about the top 10, Joe?
Oh, absolutely love it. Burnt Bean. So happy they're number 1. I know Evan was probably right there to be number 1.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah, we'll give him 1 second. There you go.
There we go. I think we got you, Joe.
Somebody was calling me, so they were probably trying to hack. But no, so proud of Dane. It's unbelievable. It's Lavaca, GW. Like, got to mix up the list, have fun. Truth's still on it. Every May's still on it. Absolutely amazing. So it's really cool.
Right. And Joe, obviously, elephant in the room. We know it's bittersweet that you're not on this top 50 list. How was that
did he know
learning
that?
you weren't on the top 50 list? We got to ask.
I'm not on the list. I haven't looked at
Yeah.
it.
Broke his heart live.
Okay, let's just pretend he's on it.
With you,
Let's tell him later.
no, I to be honest with you, it sucks. I feel bad for my team. They worked really hard. Our food's 10 times better than it was 3 years ago, but it just shows you how amazing the food is. Probably need to do some more creative stuff. Just tacos and barbecue, but it's okay. Proud of my team. They did an amazing job. They cook a lot of barbecue, and we were still able to get better. So it just shows you how amazing they are, and I'm very proud of them.
No, congratulations to all the Joes that work there. Really proud of
You have
every
to be
Joe.
Joe to be able to work there.
Yes.
No, we appreciate, obviously, where we are right now would not exist without BBQ Distro. And you guys have been an amazing partner on this. Obviously, Joe, we love you. You're one of our favorite people in the entire world, even though you're halfway across the world right now. And you made us break into your coffee shop last night.
I know.
We survived.
I'm so glad they were
Yes.
able to take care of you. Did you make yourself an espresso last night also?
No, we were afraid of getting shot by the cops, so we just got what we needed and got out.
And then did you enjoy Beverly's? Beverly's, did you like the oysters? The drinks good?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. No, we had a great time, man. No, but go enjoy your Michelin meal. Thank you so much for being a part of this with us. Go ahead.
I want to tell y'all, thank y'all for truly amplifying how amazing our barbecue is and partnering with BBQ Distro. Like if it wasn't for you guys, like y'all truly care about each individual barbecue joint out there, and keep on doing what you're doing, and we're so grateful for it.
Thank you.
All right, I'm gonna go get some wine now. Y'all have fun.
Go drink.
Yeah.
Go drink.
Yeah. Stop hacking into the signal.
I will.
Joe Zavala, ladies and gentlemen.
Joe Zavala. All right, without going to a commercial, let's go straight into a giveaway because
All right,
I like giving away stuff. I like receiving stuff too. but I
All
like
right,
giving away.
let's do it.
All right, so let's talk about it right now. You know, we'll get one lucky winner, not a bag of charcoal, but a year's supply of Nomad Premium Lump Hardwood Charcoal. And for people that cook, lump charcoal is always the way to go. But Nomad isn't just any charcoal; it's the hottest and cleaning burning fuel available.
Okay, so we're going to do another trivia question. We'll see if we can get a winner on this one. We probably should because Daniel actually gave it away on the show. Which barbecue place on the top 50 has the current lowest per full pound price on brisket? Which barbecue joint is it?
Yeah, the lowest price per pound on brisket. It's not Goldie's. But
we say that because Lane is in the studio right now. But yes, check out the trivia question. Our fantastic production team is going to be reviewing the comments, and we will pick the first person to submit the right answer. I'll also pull it up on my Instagram
Yeah,
live.
if you pull up.
Surprised I have
Instagram.
any. Oh, what do we got?
It is not GW's.
Yep, I've got an answer on Instagram.
Okay.
I've got North Face Guy 629 who said Brendan's Barbecue in Nacogdoches.
Brendan's Barbecue in Nacogdoches, $25 a pound. Top 50. Now it may not stay top 50. Remember Snow's. Snow's was $16 a pound when they got number one. It went to 20 overnight.
That's right.
Yes. So we can only tell you what it is today.
There you go. But that is the winner, North Face Guy 629, who, if I remember correctly, lives in the Houston area, but we are not bringing back all that charcoal. Sorry.
We don't have room.
Nomad will ship it to you, but you've just won a year's supply of charcoal from Nomad. So excited to partner with Nomad. Premium lump charcoal. It's the hottest, cleanest burning fuel available compared to other top brands. Nomad stands out. It's sustainably sourced, 100% all natural, produces superior heat, leaves you with less ash and smoke, all while infusing your food with delicious, unbeatable flavor. Thank you to Nomad Grills. We will be back in just a moment with yet another guest.
Today, we got these baby back ribs. Want to try it up? We're going to use, of course, our Zavala's pork rub. So we're just going to get a little bit down here, and then up top, bro, blood roast. Some of the coolest dudes in the world from H-Town. We're going to use their rub. They look like they have a little bit more maybe paprika in there. Something that gives it a little more redness. Bro, this is a world champion right here. This Pinkerton. This guy wins shit. H-Town finest. Like this competition stuff. Like, oh, look at this is a nice red color on here. So we're gonna throw them on smoker. 275, 250, 300, 4 hours. Who cares? You just want them to bend. They're done. So with Pinkerton, I see a little more pepper on there, thicker pepper, a little more red. Blood roast is a little darker. Their pepper is smaller. Our Zavala's rub, we can see like a smaller pepper. It looks like a little more paprika on it. So, let's start with blood roast because it's in the middle. Has a smoky taste to it. This is Pinkerton. This world championship stuff right here. I like this. You can taste pepper, sugar, I can definitely tell why he wins. I think I like Pinkertons more than mine. I can't believe I'm saying that. His is good. I would say Blood Bros, the least sweetest. If you want something sweet, both these. And maybe this is just something different that I haven't had. That's the reason why I really enjoyed it. But I think if you like sweet, definitely these are the ways to go. Have fun with it. Again, try H-Town Finest or Zavala's Barbecue. Just go out and let's smoke something.
I think younger me thought that I had a lot more time in my life to be able to be like, I got time to spend this with my family, or I got time to spend this with my friends, or go to this wedding, or be a part of this child, whatever, or even have child for myself. It does, and I woke up recently and I'm like, I've had to tell Abby, I'm like, man, I'm not 25 anymore. I can feel it. I cannot get up at 3 o'clock in the morning and do that and my body not hurt the next day just because my back is taxed, obviously. Still strive for perfection, but more balance, and not, I want to say a little bit less obsessive, because obsession is what got me here, but being able to balance those things and not neglect the things that can pass you on in life. And I think a lot of people still get lost, which I do too. I'll admit it to you now, but I think there's a lot of people out there that will risk their life, risk their families, risk their business to chase to be on insert list here and think it's going to find them happiness. And I don't. You're not going to find that happiness. It's not going to happen. It doesn't exist unless you are happy with where you are in life, where you are in your business, where you are with your family and friends and stuff like that. I think that's probably the advice I would give to myself. I mean, that's very touchy-feely. But you can buy anything you want in the world if you have money. You can't buy time.
1, 2, 3, 4. Je veux bien modérer, lui plaire, et c'est tout.
But guess what? I've been dying to tell you this. I've got an exclusive for you.
Hey, we're back, and as you can see, we have another in-studio guest.
None other than Lane Mill from Goldie's, the #1 barbecue joint in the Texas Monthly 2021 list, the #3 joint on the 2025 list. Lane, how's it going today?
It's a good day so far. Haven't had a chance to celebrate yet, but hopefully tonight we can do something fun.
It's obviously, no longer being #1 has to impact you guys, but #3 is an amazing, solid, return for you. But of course, Amir is, you're looking at Amir right in your rearview mirror. He's gonna be gunning for you. Kind of, what are the next 4 years? Like, what are you guys thinking? I know that's a long way in barbecue history. But.
Yeah, I don't know. We haven't really even got to that point yet, but hopefully maybe work on some pre-orders, maybe work on catering or something. We have the book coming out. We're still selling our backyard pits, and then we just got international shipping, like on our merch and rubs and sauces. So
awesome!
That should be cool. And then
you just announced a bunch of classes too, right?
Yeah, we have classes coming up
this
too.
summer.
So
are they sold out yet, or?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, all right. So
double check.
There you go, guys. Check online on Goldie's website if you have an opportunity. They're doing several classes over the next few months. If you get a chance to do a Goldie's class, learning from Goldie's has done wonders for people on this top 50 list. And you and I talk about this stuff all the time, and we joke about stuff all the time. But honestly, you guys have been such an open book in allowing people to learn from you, and it's grown barbecue across this state now, and even outside of the state. What does it mean for you personally to see places like Sauber, like Barb's, like Bar A, like Redbird have this success after learning and working with you?
I think it's awesome. I feel like all those people are already destined to be successful, then maybe hopefully we help them skip a few steps. But it's really amazing to see. And I'm excited to see where it goes in the future.
We kind of mentioned earlier, and I don't know if this is sunk in with you or not, but like there's this lineage, and lineage obviously from Louis Miller, lineage from Franklin, lineage from John Lewis, and now there's a lineage from Goldie's, and that's an amazing thing. I mean, it really is, and as solid as they all hit, that's great. And I know you wanted them all in the top 10, right? I know you did, and I know they did it too as well. But that's still, I mean, an amazing achievement for all of them.
Yeah, I mean, these are baby businesses. I mean, these are people that have literally had restaurants for a couple of years, and to make the top 50, some of them in the top 10. I mean, that is really an incredible achievement for a lot of these places.
I was reading something. I think it was Chuck. She graduated during the pandemic.
I don't know, Chuck did.
I think it was.
No.
I think it was maybe not.
Maybe college.
Yeah. Sorry,
Yeah. Well, I
like,
mean,
like you're thinking about like when you say baby businesses, like, and these are such young people in this industry.
right. I mean, these are very young businesses, and so to have this level of success this early, they had to have had a solid foundation to start with, like both on their own and from whom they learned with. So that's a really cool thing from a Goldie standpoint. One of the things that you and I have talked about before is when you become this hugely popular barbecue place, number one on the list and James Beard nominee and everything, it makes everyone comes expecting the things that they've read about in a magazine or heard about on a TV show. You're a naturally very creative person. So how hard is it to want to do all of these things, but people expect what you've always been doing to be what you always do?
Yeah, I feel like we have a very small restaurant and not a whole lot of space and a very small service line. And it'd be really cool to do a lot of different new things. I think we're kind of like locked in with what we have. But we still try to do specials. Like we've done a waterfall pork. I made some collard greens the other day.
Well, can you explain to people what waterfall pork is? Because you wouldn't tell us years ago. When we asked you.
Yeah, so basically we wanted to do it like as a pork steak, but it ended up working out better that we turned it into pulled pork because you can kind of toss it as a dressing. So Nupon made some of the waterfall sauce or the tiger cry sauce one night when he was doing briskets, and then we mixed it. We tried it with.
Well, help me understand too. Okay. Waterfall sauce.
So that's lime juice, fish sauce, palm sugar, mint, cilantro, garlic, Thai chili, and tomatoes.
Oh, only 8 ingredients.
But basically,
that's you got like not necessarily too savory, but you've got sour and sweet.
Yeah.
All kind of mixed. I've never had it, so that's.
So when we made it with the steaks that night, it was like too savory for barbecue. So we kind of transformed it into like more of a vinegar sauce. So like we scaled down the fish sauce and went up on the lime juice and the palm sugar. And then I remember we tried it with a little spoon, and we both looked at each other and we knew it was like really tasty. Or we hoped it was really tasty. And then we just came up with like a different way to approach the pulled pork, so it had like more smoke and bark and texture. And then I went to the Carolinas this summer, so going to the places in Lexington, like we wanted to, instead of approaching it as like super pulled and like mixed with the sauce heavy, we do like a really coarse chop, so it has like more texture and it eats really fun with the sticky rice.
It just since you brought up the Carolinas. What was that experience like for somebody? Because that was your first trip to Carolinas?
No, I've been a couple times. Yeah.
Like going to those places where like social media just isn't there and plating things beautiful isn't expected.
Yeah.
Like it to us, it's like an escape from kind of the current world and traveling back in time, right?
I think it's really fun to like go and try different flavors from like what we have here in Texas. Especially places like Archibald's, like those ribs kind of blew me away. And on the way back, I went to a barbecue shop in Memphis, and those ribs are maybe more similar to Texas, but they're still a little bit different where they're like glazed and they have a finishing rub on it. And they are actually really, really amazing.
Yeah. If you guys didn't know before, this is part of why Goldie's is as great as it is because you're a student of this. You have an appreciation and respect for it. Not just you, obviously, Jalen and Nupon and Johnny and everybody. But that's part of what makes Goldie's as good as it is you guys aren't just, a few guys trying to make brisket really well. You've already done that, but you're always trying to make it better, no matter how good it's already been based on the accolades and awards and everything. You've constantly strived to make it better. And I can confidently say, like, I think the barbecue you're serving today is better than the barbecue you're serving 2021, and that's kind of crazy to think about. What you branched out with ribbies now. Is there any other branching out that you can see?
We have a few ideas on the back burner, but nothing's set yet. But hopefully we can do something cool and keep Goldies and ribbies just as good.
Pizza.
Maybe a pizza.
Lane is a big pizza fan. I'm constantly getting pizza pictures.
And we're seeing more pizza at barbecue joints and pitmasters
Right.
kind of playing around with
But
pizza.
Lane doesn't like to put toppings on pizza.
Well, you got to dial in the basics before you get to the next part.
So,
well, that's the good thing. I mean,
yeah.
we know the dough will be
Yeah, the dough.
amazing, right? And
Yeah.
Andrew doesn't like good dough. He likes
I love good dough. I'm not 10 years old. I want more than cheese on my pizza. That's it. That's all I'm saying. Lane is one of our favorite people in barbecue to talk to because your perspective on things is really unique. I don't know that anyone kind of looks at barbecue the way that you do, like from that analytical standpoint, but also like you have that respect for the traditions and the classics of barbecue. What's an item at Goldie's that people underappreciate in your opinion, or maybe not underappreciate is not the right word, but like something that kind of goes a little bit under the radar based on like brisket?
I think the sausage. 'Cause I feel like it's like more of a modern version of like traditional Texas sausage. So like we don't spice it very heavily, but it's seasoned well and it's juicy and has a good texture. But like when we do stuff a little bit different than like traditional Texas sausage, like the Lao sausage or the Rog special, which has Cooper sharp and onions, I think people are more into that kind of stuff than like the classic jalapeno cheese or our house sausage.
We've always said you can be a little more adventurous with sausage.
Yeah.
People are a little bit more open to eating sausage that has strange flavors and maybe a meat that's seasoned with strange flavors.
Yeah, without going off the very deep end that some have gone off on sausage. I mean, it's still at the end of the day, I think the technique has to be there. And then you can kind of branch out from there. And I think you guys have always done that well with the Laotian sausage and everything that you guys do. And the bratwurst we had last time we were there. And those are always the fun things to try is the little tweaks and changes that you guys are constantly putting on
If somebody
things.
hasn't had the pork belly, if you haven't been to Goldie's since they've launched the pork belly,
we've been talking about this
have the
pork belly and
pork
peach
belly
sauce for a
because-
while. It's excellent. Yeah, I mean,
that sauce, again, you hit it spot on.
Heck
Yeah, I mean, it like you could almost drink the sauce, but then you'd have diabetes. but it works so well with it, and it's
Yeah.
complementary to the brisket. That's what's great about it.
Right.
It's not another version of your rib sauce.
Yeah.
And so it complements everything that you have. And not a lot of people order pork belly, but they need to. As Daniel Vaughn said, eat more pork. The waterfall pork, can't wait to try that.
We've had it before, Brian.
Have we? Had the waterfall?
last time.
See,
can't remember.
Len was already convinced you didn't love it. Now I'm never going to convince him
It's not
otherwise.
that I don't love it, but I'm sure it's gonna eat away for a long time.
Yeah, I'm going to get a lot of DMs on this later.
Why would I leave?
So one of the things that we always look at when we see a new top 50 list is obviously places we haven't been yet, places that have something interesting on the menu. You being as passionate about barbecue and trying places as you are, is there anything that stuck out to you on this top 50 list where you're like, oh shoot, I haven't been there, or I need to get back there?
I need to go to Lavaca still and GW's, and I've been needing to go to Teddy's for like 6 years now. So I'm definitely getting out to Teddy's soon. I want to go back to Corkscrew because it's probably been like 7 years since I've been over there. And I'm sure there's more places that I can't think of right now.
Gotcha. Well, it sounds like the Rio Grande Valley trip has got to be in your future then, so that you can knock out Lavaca and GW and go to Teddy's, of course.
It'd be a great trip.
Yeah. So
And Teddy's doing pizza now?
oh, Teddy's got the pizza place.
So
Yeah.
there you go.
We'll go make some pizza together.
That's it. Hey, now we need to go see that.
Yeah. Let me know when you're going to do that.
Yeah.
Because we'll go down there for that too. No, Lane, it's been awesome to watch your growth in this business. I mean, we've been fortunate to know you before Goldie's, and then as Goldie's, became this amazing barbecue place that it is. The entire Goldie's crew has helped usher in this next wave of barbecue. It's going to be interesting to see what employee is going to open their own place next.
There's some people learning.
Okay. All right. So yeah, we've got that to look forward to. But yes, Goldie's 2021 Texas Monthly #1, 2025 Texas Monthly #3, 2024 Food and Wine Best New Chefs, James Beard nominee, Michelin Bib Gourmand. The list goes on and on. They're going to invent some new awards to give to Goldie's because we're running out of accolades at this
A
point.
Michelin star, they're gunning for that.
Yeah, but let's see. The Michelin's coming out again this summer. But guys, get to Goldie's if you haven't been to Goldie's. Stand in the line, preferably before it gets 100 degrees outside, because no line is fun in that weather. But Goldie's is absolutely worth the wait. Lane, thank you for everything.
Yeah, thank y'all for having me.
We're really excited to see
Awesome.
the next 4 years of Goldie's.
Heck yeah.
Guys, we will be right back. What would being the #1 barbecue joint in Texas mean for you and for your business?
I mean, it would be the realization of everything that we've worked toward for a very long time, for my entire career. That's something I've been thinking about nonstop since I realized it was within reach. It would be, I wouldn't know what to do, because I would have achieved everything that I would want to achieve. I would say if you're a business trying to get on the Texas Monthly top 50 barbecue joints list, focus on quality. That's pretty much it. You have to focus on the quality of everything you're putting out. Every single slice, every single tray, every single plate, every single guest has to be great. So anytime that we do luckily achieve some sort of big press hit, our business doubles and we get really busy, and then we have to change everything about how we do everything. So that certainly happened the biggest time with the Texas Monthly list. And yeah, we had to order twice as much food as we've ever ordered before, figure out where to store it, figure out how to get everything prepped for that week, and then just going forward, hire more people, focus more on standardization. It's been something that has happened to us a couple times where we get into a comfortable place, we're executing well, and then all of a sudden, we realize that we are not prepared for how busy we're going to be.
God, I cannot believe we actually sold this out. This is let's go raise money for good. I'm all about that. I have the perfect foundation to do that. That's the Small Family Foundation. We got to give y'all an unbelievable experience. So hopefully y'all think it's an unbelievable experience.
If very admirable. And we as a brand appreciate you and BBQ Distro and everybody involved with the production of this. We thank you.
He's going to do this more often because this was a lot of fun. Thank y'all so much for coming on.
My name's Allie Cummings, and I met Heather about 2 years ago. Heather's not your typical photographer. I think she does candid photos very well, but her artistry behind editing the photos is what makes Heather different than a normal photographer. The last year that we did outside family photos, it was quite chaotic, and Heather was really good about snapping random pictures as we're all running around. And I'm pretty sure my husband was holding up a bubble wand, and Cameron was going to grab it. As Heather was taking pictures of it, I thought, I wonder what she sees. And later she sends me a picture, and it was actually Cameron feeding a leaf to a long neck. And it is the most miraculous thing that she saw in the moment and turned it into a piece of art.
She said, take your time to rush. I said, baby, I'm a dog, I'm a mutt. She said, take your time to rush. I said, baby, I'm a dog, I'm a mutt. I'm a dog, I'm a mutt.
fearless, I am sexy on the vibe. I'm a beat the boy, be Indian. You can get it. That's right.
We're back. We just keep coming back, even though people may or may not want us to.
Yeah, are you guys still watching? I hope you're still watching because we've got some amazing guests still coming up. You've had a number of the top 10 joints on, and we're so thrilled to be joined by yet another top 10 joint, Leonard Botello, Truth Barbecue. How's it going, Leonard?
How's it going, guys? Can you hear me all right?
We can.
Yes, sir.
So tell us, man, you landed on the top 10 again.
How does it feel?
Yeah.
Pretty awesome. It's pretty cool to be recognized for, small Brenham side of the road off 290 to what it's grown into today. I think that's a testament to, our us staying true to the craft and everything our staff has done and the work we put in and just trying to get better and better every day. It's hard to go from that smaller restaurant to what we've gone to today in Houston and keep the consistency and the quality and still striving for perfection and doing 3 top 10 lists in a row. That's a big accomplishment for us, and we wouldn't be able to do it without our entire team. And got people that strive for greatness the same way that I do. Adrian and Reed have been with me for years, and a handful of other guys like us, just all working towards the same thing year after year after year. It's not the easiest thing to do, and the list is every 4 years, so to stay on that grind for that long is it gets tiring, to say the least.
Yeah, I mean, we'd said at the open of the show, you and Evie Mays are the two oldest barbecue joints on the top 10 list by a good margin at this point. And, you know, making 3 top 10s is absolutely incredible. But we've got to highlight one of the things that Truth Houston is doing now has never been done before. The level of volume that you guys are cooking and to still be doing it at a top 10 level is unprecedented. How did you get to that point where you were able to execute that much volume at that level?
I don't know. I think we talked about it like a couple weeks ago. Like, you got to draw the line somewhere. Like, you kind of know your threshold and like how far you can push it with X amount of guys. Or I like to always approach everything like, I know how many, you know, brisket, rib, sausage I can cook by myself without jeopardizing quality and consistency. But you have to know that threshold. Like, you can't just say, oh, I'm going to cook 200 briskets this day. I'm going to cook 300. Like, where are you going to stop? It doesn't make any sense. Like, you got to get with a number that you're comfortable with and that you know that the quality and consistency is going to stay the same that it was from, let's say, Brenham in 2015, or even better than that. Like, our thing is like, we always want to be pushing to be better and give that same experience, you know, day after day after day. But I mean, it's tough. Like, the best thing that I can say is like, all cows are not the same. No piece of wood is the same. You know, the weather is never the same. Somebody's mood might not be the same as in sync as somebody pulling the brisket versus loading the brisket. There's so many different factors that play a piece in this song, and that's day after day when cooking any type of protein. So everything has to be really in sync and just for it to work. There's just so many puzzle pieces to make that happen. It's kind of mind blowing and exhausting.
Well, and again, mind blowing is, like Andrew said, the consistency being on 3 top 10s, Houston's only top 10 representative in 21 and 25. It's a big thing for Houston because we have to have somebody on there for sure. Great that it's somebody that we know. You're doing so much at the restaurant. You're doing the bar menu, the regular meats, the desserts, of course, and the bar itself, dinner service. Is there anything coming or changing, or you're just going to try to handle the crowds that you got?
And there's always going to be something coming. There's always going to be something changing. The only way to stay, you know, ahead of yourself is to keep on working on the next thing, whether it's in the restaurant, outside of the restaurant, you know, different cooking techniques, whatever it is. We don't really like to get bored. I think you and Andrew both know how long I can sit still for. It can only last for so long before we push the envelope on something else. We do have a couple other things in the works, different menu items and a handful of other things that we're excited about.
And that's what keeps it exciting for us as eaters too. So again, Leonard, thank you for 10 years of amazing barbecue. There are some newer joints on the top 10 this time. As one of the elder statesmen on the top 10, what advice would you give to a new business that's having its first time on the top 10?
Just stay true to yourself. There's a reason that you got on the list, and there's a reason that everybody's coming to see you and to come experience the food that you have created and have been creating. I would say stick with your gut. Don't ever try to change. Don't ever try to be somebody else, something else. There's a reason that you got the position that you got. So just stay true to what you're doing and what you believe in, and the food's going to shine brighter than it was before. Just do it for yourself and do it for your happy customers, and just provide for your community and pat yourself on the back. But as long as you stay true to yourself, that's probably the best advice that I can give you.
That's awesome.
No, that's great advice and a great note to end on. Congratulations to the entire Truth team. It's a much bigger team than it was the first time you made this list, and it'll probably be a bigger team 4 years from now. But we're really excited. Thank you for representing Houston, representing barbecue. We'll talk with you soon, Mud.
All right. Thanks, guys.
All right. This is so exciting. So many people on the show. We're not done yet, but let's give away something again.
We're going to give away yet more food. No, not food. We're giving away Lone Star this time.
Well, we're giving away a $200 gift card.
$200 gift card to Lone Star.
The National Beer of Texas, Lone Star. It pairs perfectly with barbecue. Always love it. Let's get to this trivia question. And thanks again to Lone Star for being one of the great providers of gifts today.
Absolutely.
This is going to be a complicated one because it's a very specific number.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, we want to make this one a little harder for you guys. So as Daniel said earlier in the show, every 2 years, they do a best new 25 barbecue joints. And historically, when the top 50 list comes out, not all of those best new 25 will make the top 50 list. It's usually about a consistent number. But the trivia question is, on the 2023 best new barbecue joints list, 25 best new barbecue joints, what percentage of that list made the top 50?
We're talking about the best new 25. How many percentage-wise of the best new 25 made it into the 2025 top 50? And we're going to take a look at some of the guesses. And
We want a percentage on this one.
It's a
Whether
percentage
you say
somewhere between
10%,
0 and
60,
100.
100.
Cannot
Give
be
us a
over 100.
Yep.
Cannot be less than 0. 3%. It's going
Someone
to be
said
higher than that.
No, it's higher.
Yes. Okay, that's getting closer. We got one that's getting closer.
We have a winner.
Oh, we have a winner already. Oh, is he eligible?
He's eligible. He doesn't know the answer to this. The winner is actually one of the amazing pitmasters at number 2 joint, Leroy and Lewis. And he also gets a lot of pictures of himself taken with Lone Star. Cole Parkman has won this trivia question with 56%.
And he's a bit of a barbecue nerd.
He is a barbecue nerd like us. It's one of the reasons why we like Cole. Cole, you have won a Lone Star gift card, 56% of the best new 25. Cole, you know I have your number. I will reach out to you. I will get you the Lone Star gift card, or I might spend it on myself and let you watch me enjoy it.
It's now a $150 gift card, and if we keep talking,
right.
it might be $100 by the end of the show.
But no, congratulations, Cole Parkman. Yes, 56% of the best new 25 has made this top 50 list, and that's about where it's been.
I was going to say, here's how we go through trying to predict the list, right? We take the last top 50, remove the ones that are closed. Easy enough. Take the top 25. Take about half of them.
Take about half of them.
Right? Take the annual best bites that Daniel Vaughn writes about.
And take the previous top 10, because barring something unforeseen, the previous top 10 is going to stay on the list. So
somewhere, yeah.
So you're able to build about half the list just by doing that in terms of a prediction standpoint. But most of you guys are not going to waste your time doing that because you're not nerds like us. But that's okay. So moving on a little bit, one of the things that we wanted to make sure we highlight, and apologies here, we've got about 1,000 little cards here.
We started with
yes,
and we have.
But one of the things that we wanted to highlight is some of the barbecue places that have left the list. There have been some amazing barbecue places that, because of the natural turnover that happens in barbecue, those guys are no longer in the list. So let's take a few moments to talk about some of the places. Let's start with the places that are no longer open. Brett's Backyard Barbecue in Rockdale, Convenience West Barbecue in Marfa, who was a Best Restaurant James Beard finalist and closed shortly thereafter. They served some amazing barbecue. Guest Family Barbecue in Waco, who kind of a funny short little story. We several years ago, we were eating barbecue in Waco, and there was a guy at the table next to us, and he was eating barbecue in Waco, and we're like, that guy looks familiar. I think I've seen him on like some barbecue show or something. And so we introduced ourselves and sat down, ate the meal with him, and then he's like, "Oh, hey, where else are you guys going?" So we're going to Guest Barbecue too. They're doing barbecue breakfast.
So we were at Hellberg first.
We were at Hellberg at the time,
yeah.
and so he said, "Oh, I'm going to go there too." And so we ended up having a meal with him there. Really enjoyed the meal. That man is Ernest Cervantes, now the co-owner of the #1 barbecue joint.
He did not have burnt bean.
He did not have burnt bean at the time, but about a year and a half or so later, burnt bean opens, and and now we see the history that's been made. So that was kind of cool. Our meal at Guest Family with Ernest. Valentina's Tex-Mex Barbecue is another spot that's no longer open. That we always loved going to when we were in Austin. It was a great starter point to an Austin barbecue run. You could go there for breakfast.
Mesquite smoked.
Yep.
Which had that unique flavor to it.
And so let's run through some barbecue that fell off. Baker Boys in Gonzales, a place that we've been going to for a really long time. Wayne Baker, really great dude. Blood Brothers in Houston. The Houston ones hurt us. We're going to be honest. We love a lot. We're from Houston. We love a lot of these Houston spots. So it was tough to see some of the Houston spots fall off. Blood Brothers being one of them. Brett's Barbecue Shop is another Houston area spot out in Katy that we've had some extremely good
heavy
meals at.
pepper rub that we talked about before. We love so much. Yeah.
This one hurts for a lot of reasons.
Yeah.
Brotherton's Barbecue in Pflugerville. John Brotherton was an extremely good friend of ours for a very long time. Obviously, John passed away last year, which shocked the barbecue world, shocked us.
No one brought the barbecue pitmasters together.
Right. There was no more joyful person in barbecue than John Brotherton. We miss him every single day. And please get out to Brotherton's in Pflugerville. Desert Oak in El Paso, one of the farthest barbecue joints for most of us. They've left the list. Distant Relatives out in Austin, who we've had some good meals at. Acre Barbecue in Fredericksburg. Get the gochujang ribs. Acre Barbecue has left the list. Another one of our favorite people and favorite places in Houston, Feegis Barbecue, Aaron and Patrick, have left the list. But again, there's going to be a lot of good barbecue that's not on this top 50 list, including all the people we're talking about right now. Feegis Barbecue has left the list. Hayes County, which closed their location and has now reopened in a smaller location. So Hayes County is now reopened. I don't even know if they were reopened in time to be eligible for this list or not. But they did not make the list. Hurtado here in the DFW area, who's just had a recent cookbook come out, has opened multiple locations since the 2021 list. He's left the list. Hutchins, who is a very long time member of the Texas Monthly Barbecue list.
We mentioned them earlier when we talked about the
Right.
Texas Twinkie.
Right. Been in business for close to 50 years now. They've left the list. Killen's Barbecue, who really was one of the things that really exploded Houston barbecue in the early 2010s. Yeah, 2013, 2014.
Pop-ups from, we talk about it a lot on the show again.
Yeah.
Going to the Killen's pop-ups back in the day and seeing that birth
right.
of quality barbecue coming back to Houston and that whole transition, they led a lot of that.
Right. This one probably hurts us the most because we love these people. We love this barbecue place. We love what they've meant to the craft barbecue movement. And that's Micklethwait in Austin. Michelin Bib Gourmand, previous top 10. They just opened a brick and mortar.
Yeah.
They're doing amazing specials. Tom Micklethwait has never been one to toot his own horn, but we'll toot it for him. Tom is a lot of the things that you see in craft barbecue now. Tom was really at the forefront of a lot of that circa 2013, 2014 when he first opened. From making pickles in house, making bread in house,
jalapeno cheese grits.
Yeah, jalapeno cheese grits, making scratch-made artisanal sides, creative sausages. Tom has been at the forefront of a lot of that. Tom and Ren are still producing excellent barbecue. Get to Micklethwait. Smokeaholics, who we've had a lot of fun eating at. Yeah, Smokeaholics in Fort Worth. They have left this list. We've really enjoyed Derek Walker and the meals that we've had there. One of the older joints that had been on the list for a long time has now left. Stanley's in Tyler. Stanley's has left the list.
Clucker Sandwich and live music.
Right.
Stanley's and ribs.
Yep.
East Texas ribs.
Tejas in Tomball. Again, another former top 10. That's two top 10s from the 2017 top 10 that have now left the list. In addition to Bodacious and Marverly, who had left the list previously. But Tejas out in Tomball, the famous chili relleno sausage, the carrot souffle. That group has left the list. Terry Blacks, who Sarah Blaskovich mentioned earlier, you throw a rock and you're going to hit a new Terry Blacks, it feels like these days. Obviously, they're in Austin, Dallas, Fort Worth. They're opening in Houston. The Terry Blacks empire is insane. But Terry Blacks is not on the top 50 list, but still producing a ridiculous amount of good barbecue.
Two more personal ones.
Yeah, two more personal ones.
I mean, we mentioned them earlier. 1955, I think.
I believe so. Yeah.
And again, many of these places, all of these places are still open that we're just talking about that are off the list, except for the first few. Vera's down in Brownsville. Go there. The Barbacoa.
Yep.
I mean, it's a must stop if you're in the valley.
Vera's is absolutely must stop in Rio Grande Valley. It's history. It is barbecue history. It is such a cool place to eat a barbecue breakfast. Not on the list, but still an absolute must visit for us. And then last and certainly not least, someone we absolutely love as a person. Love that brisket. Love that sloppy Juan. That's, of course, Zavala's Barbecue in Grand Prairie. Not on the list. There's so much good barbecue that's not making this list. Again, enjoy your favorites, support your favorites.
Celebrate those that make the list. Support all.
Yep. So there you go. Those are the 23 spots that have left the list. All but 5 of them are still open and still serving really good barbecue. Go out and support them. We'll be back after a short break.
Yep.
We are perfectly fine with it.
Back again.
And the train rolls on. We've got another top 10 barbecue restaurant with us. It is none other than Evan Leroy from Leroy and Lewis Barbecue.
Evan.
Howdy, howdy.
Hey,
Well, Evan,
congratulations.
how has today been?
It's been very exciting. My daughter had like a presentation at school, so I was like nervously checking kind of what while we were going around looking at all these little children's like animal presentations as well. And got to the restaurant and just gave everybody a big hug, celebrated with everybody, just finished casing a bunch of sausage. And it's great vibes in here today. Everybody's stoked. Just a great day.
It's awesome. I mean, number 2 again in this field, which so tight and such great barbecue. I mean, of course, everybody wants number 1, but you're in great company for sure.
I mean, we did get number 1 on your list.
Yes, you did. For a restaurant it's been open for not even a year and a half. You got a freaking Michelin star, a James Beard nominee, number 2 on the Texas Monthly list. You guys have just come out guns blazing on this brick and mortar after such a long grind in a food truck. What has that transition been, and how is it to have all this happen at one time?
It's been awesome. It feels like the real culmination of a lot of work over a very, very long time. Just got to give all the credit to the amazing staff, people like Cole over here, like the entire, just everybody here is an incredible professional and just kicks so much ass at their job every single day. I'm really lucky to be just a part of this. It's awesome. I'm elated right now.
Well, elated is how we feel when we come eat your food, and inflated as well.
Yeah, elated, inflated.
Let's talk a little bit about the menu real quick, because again, some people may be more familiar with the truck than the brick and mortar.
Right.
We'll talk about some of our favorites, and you can tell us some of yours. I mean, the burger and the onion rings, as crazy as it is for a barbecue joint, so crazy.
Right. Yeah. I mean, that's the hack for everybody, right? If you're not willing to stand in a line, you can still get some of the most amazing food in Austin by just going to the Loren Lewis bar, getting those ridiculous onion rings, the smoked burger. What else can you get on the Anytime Eats menu right now?
You can get weird having a blank out right now, but we have pimento cheese. We have a really nice fresh salad. We have an Italian beef that's on there. We have a barbecue sandwich. We're about to switch some stuff around and add some stuff to it too. You can get all of our desserts that way. In the evenings, we do some other different specials too. But yeah, you can have a full, what we believe to be a Michelin star, #2 in Texas in the country experience without coming to and waiting in line all the time. Yeah.
One of the things that we like so much is how you infuse the cooking processes and the smoke into all of the dishes. I mean, from the sides, especially on the dinner service, grilling, smoking, direct heat, plus offset smoking. You bring a little of all of that in across the menu, and that's what's so fun about eating at Leroy and Lewis.
Yeah, we want to be able to use the fire in different ways, just like you said, cold smoking, live fire grill, obviously offset traditional. We cook whole hogs over and chickens over direct coals. So we are proud of the fact that we're very much a wide variety type of barbecue place. You can get a lot of really good dishes here on different types of stuff too.
Yeah, and and it's funny, I've had a lot of conversations with people on barbecue and around barbecue about, is Leroy and Lewis too off center of what barbecue is? And I would argue the exact opposite. Until the innovation of boxed beef, you would get sliced beef, chopped beef, and different cuts on a menu. And you guys have kind of brought that back to barbecue. Was that a conscious decision on your part when you got to the restaurant side of things to be able to do that?
Yeah, I would say very much so that, we always wanted to be a whole animal barbecue restaurant in the vein like these classic meat market style joints are. And, the kind of lore is that they would cut up the raw stuff, sell the community, and then smoke whatever was kind of left. But we do that, but we don't sell the raw stuff to the community. We just break it all down and then, use it in a bunch of different ways, from burgers, sausages. We do those big steak nights. We cut even the smaller steaks out and do steak frites. And we're using all the tallow and all the cheek meat grind for all the chili and chori papas and everything. So, truly locally sourced, whole animal barbecue restaurant. We've been saying it all week to each other, but it's like, this is, regardless of any ranking, this is the exact restaurant that we want to have. We serve so many people, sometimes like 1,000 or more people a day. We're supporting the local ranchers. We are serving this neighborhood community in South Austin, and we're teaching a lot of people. It can be a lot more.
Evan said it.
And you're open more than almost anyone.
Yeah, that's true. 6 days.
Yeah, we count the number of hours, right? Because of dinner service as well.
Yeah.
One of the things Andrew mentioned earlier, and it is our favorite thing to do in barbecue, is to hit Burnt Bean and Leroy and Lewis on the same day. And you can do that. Hopefully with the lines, you can still do that.
You'll just have more time to digest now.
Yeah.
So do the 1-2 punch, the Texas two-step, whatever you want to call it. But Leroy and Lewis, anytime, as Andrew mentioned, especially being able to come into the bar and hit up the bar menu and skip the barbecue line. We love that idea. We thanks to Truth. We thanks to Leroy and Lewis for doing that. What a great idea. Thank you.
But absolutely get in the barbecue line and get the full Leroy and Lewis experience too.
Yeah. Get in line, get the Anytime Eats. Then by the time you're up at the front, then you're hungry again.
Well, gentlemen, Cole, you may or may not get that gift card. I haven't decided yet.
I'm just scared.
Did you know that number? Did you Google it?
That's a complete guess. I heard Lone Star, and I was like, okay, I'll try for this.
No, congratulations to the entire Leroy and Lewis crew. Some of our favorite people in barbecue, our favorite food in barbecue. We're excited because we know this restaurant's just going to keep getting better, and that, as a fat eater, is really exciting.
Congratulations, guys, and thanks again.
Thank you guys. See you soon.
Enjoy the day. All right, guys, we will be right back.
Through the magic of yoga, you get in touch with yourself, you relieve stress, anxiety. So in 2001, I started practicing yoga, and in 2012, I took my first teacher training. And so I've been teaching yoga ever since then. I started my own studio in my backyard. So immediately, I would have friends and family, my sister and my niece would come over and do yoga with us. We're about teaching people how to listen to their body and to understand what their body needs. And sometimes it needs to be challenged. Sometimes it needs to be nurtured. And sometimes it needs to just spin around upside down.
So when right go wrong, just say a little prayer, get your money back.
Today, take this music and use it. Let it take you away and be home.
I've never told anybody this before, like anybody. In 2014, during a depressive episode, I spent $87 on Candy Crush. I've never told.
None other than Mr. Wes himself.
Texas in a bottle.
Yes, Texas in a bottle, jalapeno glaze. And man, you just blew everybody's mind. Look at that glaze, dog. That's some sloppy glaze right there.
Oh, yeah. You're going to have to share them.
Okay.
I'm sorry to break that to you.
Okay. I'll do that. Okay. I'll do that today. Guys, y'all don't even know what you're going to get yourself into. Oh, yeah. You did that on purpose. You want to hear that sizzle.
Oh, yeah.
I love it. I love it. That is real life. Oh, my gosh. Stop playing. I'm about to burn my mouth. I know it because I can feel it, but I don't care.
Nice crunch, too.
Tofu?
All right, hey everybody, we're gonna get to know Chris real quick. So Chris, you tell us, where'd you grow up?
I grew up in Red Oak, Texas, a small town about 30 minutes outside of downtown Dallas, right in the Oakville area.
Very nice. All right, next question. Favorite movie?
Favorite movie? Cool Runnings.
No way.
The bobsled team.
All right. That might be on my top 5 as well.
Yeah.
I love it. Okay, what is the ideal day for Chris?
The ideal day, I would say get up. I like to run. I feel like I like to start my days off with running. So I'll go run anywhere from 6 to 8 miles, go to the restaurant, start working on brisket, start working on sausage, and then after that, kind of get ready for service.
Oh my gosh, man. That is a day right there. Okay, tell us a little bit about your restaurant and where you're located.
So we're located in the Oak Cliff area, about 15 minutes south of downtown Dallas, right across from Laurelland Cemetery, exit 420,
All right.
headed to Austin.
Awesome. Now, how can people find you outside of the restaurant online?
So Instagram, we got a new YouTube channel, Smokey Joe's BBQ Dallas. You can stop by, check us out. YouTube as well. We're putting out videos. Come get some rubs, come get some sauce. Stop by.
All right, we'll be there. Thanks, y'all.
What did the list change for our business? We saw a spike. It was amazing, but ultimately, it was a respect that we gained with our peers. It was really cool. Like, I was terrified to talk to Leonard, to Ernest, to Arnis. Now there's some of my greatest friends. Like, I can call them when I have a problem.
I didn't tell people this, but I didn't talk about my cancer for 6 months because I was ashamed of it. I didn't want people to feel sorry for me. And I made sure I didn't talk about it before the list as much as I couldn't because I wanted us to make the list on the merit of our barbecue and not because Joe has cancer. And the first thing I thought when I did get cancer was like, I got to make it to the list because it was a dream of ours to make it. And when I made it, that was the first time that I lived in the moment in a long time.
All right.
And
here
we're
we go
back. And
Well, Andrew, I'm in the wrong chair, but we have two guests with us.
we do have two guests with us, and two guests that are brand new members of the Texas Monthly Top 10.
Yeah. Can't believe it. Yeah.
Dane and Ashley
really
Weaver,
excited.
Dane's Craft Barbecue. How has this morning been for you guys?
It's been a lot of people reaching out. I mean, a lot of people are congratulating us, and it just feels really awesome to know that, you know, we've been working so hard and it's kind of getting recognized, and it feels great.
It's been such a long journey. We talked about earlier today, you know, from the pop-ups. I mean, and talking about Brotherton, I mean, the first time we had your food, John Brotherton had bought it for us while we were coming up.
Yeah, we kept the car running. We were on some crazy barbecue trip, and John was at your pop-up, and John said, just stop by, keep the car running. I'll get you a tray. And so from those first moments of the Berry Gouda sausage and everything, and to then the food truck, and now obviously where you guys are at in the brick and mortar, it's been great from a fan of you guys standpoint to watch this business grow into what it's become.
Yeah.
So
and landing in Aledo, you know, I don't think anybody thought that's where you would end up, including you guys.
Yeah.
But where you're at, next to a train track, which we've talked about, like
it's such a historical barbecue
thing from Louis Miller. From even in Lockhart, it's just like kind of across the street,
right,
at the Lockhart restaurant. So it's great to see that, and it's a kind of a newish community.
Yeah,
it's growing. So you're going to become part of this community, and you have been becoming part of this community. But now you have this accolade of top 10 barbecue as well.
Yeah. How's that community been for you guys?
It's been amazing. Like you were saying, it's like the small town that everybody kind of wishes they could kind of build a barbecue joint in, you know, and it's so close to the city that we've got a lot of people that can come in from DFW, but it's just 10 minutes right outside of Fort Worth. So not a long drive, but you get that small town feel. You know, you've got the grain mill, there's churches all around. Back when I was dreaming about having my own barbecue joint, this is probably 8 years ago. This is exactly
that you realize how short of a time that is to go.
But it doesn't feel short right now.
To top 10, top 5. I mean, how amazing that! Like, you think it's a long time, and it's been a hell of a lot of work for both of you, but that is such a short time in history.
Yeah.
It feels like both. It feels like we snapped our fingers and, oh my gosh, how are we here? At the same time, it feels like we've been doing this for 2 decades, and oh my gosh, we're so tired. But I don't know. This has given us this new refound source of energy to tap into, to remind us, like, hey, this is kind of what we're starting out to do, this to be able to reach as many people as we can with our food and create relationships with new people and reestablish ones that maybe fell through the cracks because life, this has given us the ability to do that. So it's been really cool.
And Ashley, you saw this in him, I think, before he even saw this in himself.
Oh, for sure.
How hard did you have to push to get him to keep chasing that dream?
I still do. I had to be like, hey, remember, I do love you and I'm nice. You just need someone doing this and nobody else will. So it's fine. We're a good team. We're a great team.
Well, speaking of pushing, I mean, the menu's always been pretty expansive. I mean, we've talked about the Frito pie beans, we've talked about the bourbon banana delight, but now you've added kolaches.
Yeah.
And like, that's insane.
You needed more work, so you just added on breakfast.
But they're great, by the way. And from the bread, I mean, it tastes just like West Texas.
Mm-hmm.
They taste right. They're actually kolaches and not Clovis neck. So, do you get people, let me ask you that, do you get anybody that goes, wait, where are your kolaches?
Yeah.
Yes.
For sure. And so that's something that kind of one of the things we wanted to do is try to put all the iconic Texas, tastes of Texas under one roof. I mean, I think that's just it's kind of in there with barbecue. It's like one of those dishes that we'd say this is a Texas thing. Those kolaches. Anytime you go to Austin, you're picking up some kolaches and you're gonna stop at the Czech stop. And so we just kind of started playing around at the house with them, and the first 5 batches were bad, and
Well, no, they weren't.
They weren't.
Yeah, they weren't bad. Me and the kids loved them. They were great. They just weren't up to his standards yet, and so we had to make several just how briskets got started.
So yeah, at some point I started wanting to play around with the dough, and I was like, man, I really want just more of a rich dough. So ours aren't technically 100% Czech. We do use a brioche style dough, which isn't necessarily Czech, but yeah, we use Kerrygold butter, so we use really good egg yolk. So we just try to do every little thing in there.
It was very eggy, almost yeasty kind of.
Yeah.
Yeast roll is what I kept thinking.
Yeah, well, when you had Daniel on earlier, it's one of the things that it's always stood out to us about your barbecue, but Daniel kind of reinforced it to us too. He said, you Redbird and you probably serve the 2 prettiest trays you're going to see in barbecue. You guys put so much care into everything that goes on that tray, and you can tell when it comes out that it's gone through a lot of quality control checks before it gets to the customer.
4 actually.
4 checks before it gets to the customer.
Yeah, for sure. Well, yeah, and we've always wanted to do that with every little area of what makes up a barbecue joint, right? So like a lot of people, maybe they're just focused on making the best barbecue food, right? But we've always focused on trying to make the best barbecue joint, right? So like making the entire experience, so treating people right, they want to come back. Ashley dealt with like probably the first 20,000 customers we had personally.
Happily.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't mean dealt with, but
I got to interact with.
Yeah, but I mean, just treating people right over the years and focusing on all the aspects of what makes a barbecue joint great, I think is what we do really well. So
So what was that moment this morning when the list went live and you start scrolling? What was that moment like for you guys when you first saw there it is, number 7, Danes?
Well, yeah, I woke up about an hour and a half before the list came out, so I had an hour and a half to kind of be like, this thing's coming out, and I had to kind of keep myself busy and kind of, not stress out too much. But it was just, it's amazing. I mean, it's what you always dream of. I couldn't have imagined that things would have gone. I mean, because when we started out 8 years ago, it's like, we were just hoping we could even have a barbecue place. This wasn't even something that I even thought about. So yeah, to see our name on that list is pretty crazy. I was just talking with Ashley earlier about, she actually got me the 2017 list that came out in the magazine from Texas Monthly. She bought it for me one day for my birthday, I think shortly after the list had came out. And I think she got me Heim that day too.
It was raining, and their line was crazy, and I was like, "What is this?" I'm standing in line by myself, and people in front of me are telling me, "Oh, this is your first time," and people behind me, and I'm like, "This is what the barbecue hype is." And I just got
now you're on the other side of
brisket,
that.
yeah, and went home with a little barbecue care package for Dane, and now I'm like, I get it now, and there's the reason why I wanted to go back too. I was like, I didn't mind.
Well, that magazine sat on my nightstand. So she got it for me and it sat on my nightstand, and I looked through it, and I remember learning about all these new awesome places like, Truth and Bodacious, and Flores, and all these places that were kind of in proximity where I could go travel. Guest Family Barbecue. I remember just like looking up to all these guys, and yeah, that magazine just sat on it. It just sat on the nightstand, and I saw it when I went to bed. I saw it when I woke up,
and so did I, and so did our kids.
But that was never really the goal. Before that, I was like, I really want to have my own barbecue place, and then I learned that there was this list, and then I learned about all this stuff. So it's kind of crazy to go back and like think about, and I think God just put this vision and this feeling in my heart, like I needed to go after something, and it was, and it's all the things unfolding the way they have make it just kind of obvious that we were kind of destined to be in this position. So yeah, it's amazing.
Yeah, and the staff has grown obviously as the restaurant has grown, and now there's this whole Danes army of folks that have helped you get to this point, and it's got to be such a thrilling day for your staff, for your family. Like, congratulations, guys. We were thrilled when we saw your name on there.
Thanks.
Yeah,
I'm still processing.
Well, that's what I want to say. I mean, the staff is doing it now. We had the vision, and we worked for 5 or 6 years and put everything on our back. But once we opened the brick and mortar, we were like, we need to make sure
to do that.
This is something that's going to sustain. This is going to be a business that lasts for a long time. And we had to kind of put people in positions of responsibility and say, hey, this is you need to be the one that gets stressed when things.
Well, and that's a part of the vision. The part of the vision has now transitioned from us like doing dishes and pulling briskets to leading people to do what they need to do for this entire thing to be successful, them included. It's a group effort. We can't do it without them. They can't do it without us. But our roles have changed, and so will theirs as we grow. So the flexibility that we get from them, and as they adapt and grow with us, has been amazing. And we feel confident knowing we can take them with us, and they'll support us along the way, and not dig in their heels when things get scary, because that happens every 3 to 4 months.
Yeah, we've always tried to add things. Like we added breakfast, and recently we added dinner service, so you can come and get things on a Friday or Saturday night.
That's just awesome.
Which is, and so we've always tried to
it's
just
incredibly hard. Like, you're running multiple cooks, and you're trying to time everything, and it's even hard. Now everything is, it's not just twice as hard, because you may not have the room on the pit if things are running slow.
Yeah.
And so that we absolutely understand and appreciate the level of effort it takes doing dinner service, but we love having another option, because you can only cram so many places into lunch, and that's why we don't get to go to so many places. So it's great that you have that option. It's great that you have the kolaches. People get to have that the experience of coming to your restaurant, and for the locals, they can come different days and have different things.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So everybody get to Danes, get the burger, get the brisket, get the ribs, get whatever sausages they're putting on the menu, because they're all amazing. The Frito pie beans, the slaw. I mean, just get as much of it as you can. Go back, get more of it. It's fantastic. Congratulations, guys. We are so happy for you.
So much.
Thank you for joining us. We know,
Thank y'all for having us.
people are taking time out of their day to come and sit and let us talk barbecue.
Let's talk about barbecue.
Yeah. Well, it's exciting stuff. I mean, the whole, I can tell out there, like the whole city, the whole state of Texas is kind of buzzing right now.
There's an
on
energy.
just like, who's going to be on this list. And I know it's a hard day for some and an exciting day for others. And it's just, it is what it is. At some point, barbecue's changing and kind of evolving, and it's just,
Absolutely.
But yeah, we feel conflicted for today for sure, because some of the people we've looked up to,
Right, but you get to celebrate. This is your celebration.
Yeah, and I'm sure all those people are absolutely thrilled for you, as you are sympathetic to them. So enjoy the day, enjoy this ride, enjoy these next 4 years. It's going to be ups and downs and craziness, but we know Danes, and we know you guys are going to get through, and you're going to get through it by kicking ass. So
yep, that's what we do.
That's all we know how to do.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
We'll be right back.
All right, getting up towards the end of the show, but not the end of our guests, and certainly not the least, one of the most exciting ones for the new ones.
Yeah, we got another top 10 joining us. Brandly new minted top 10, Lavaca Barbecue. Hey, guys.
Hi.
Congratulations.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Has it sunk in yet? How has the day been going so far?
We started day drinking, so we got.
Hey, there you go.
Well deserved.
Guys, we invited all our closest friends and everybody who's helped us out to get to this point. So we're gonna have a big party today. Yeah.
That's awesome. We obviously we've been following you guys for a long time. We were fortunate to get you on the show last year, and then it was great catching up with you again at the documentary a couple of months ago. But we'd seen you guys continue to evolve the menu. Obviously, Texas Monthly saw you to continue to evolve the menu. What did you guys have any inkling this was coming? Was it a shock to you, or what was it like seeing your name this morning?
Well, Luby has been pushing Kelly and I for a long time. This has been one of our goals from the beginning.
Yeah, and I'll go a little bit into that. So, like I told Daniel this time when I was able to visit, is the day after last time, from when he visited us, that was day one, and we took this on like almost like a project I would at work. So, what do we need to accomplish? Where do we need to get? And our goal was top 10. So we are, we're the underdogs. We're in the middle of nowheres. Nobody's watching you. So we had plenty of opportunity to just work. So we knew that we needed have a great product. Everybody has to have a great product, but you also need to be consistent, and that was an obvious thing. But the other thing is we wanted something to be unique. So of course we have our smoked tamale, and we also have our pork steak and our smoked cheesecake. So those items were items that nobody's done. So to be unique in Texas barbecue is one thing, but imagine being unique in Mexico. So you have a smoked tamale that nobody's ever made here, and they've never made it in Mexico either. Same thing with pork steak. So we wanted to bring something that was totally different. So our goal from the original concept was to get to this point. And the next thing was employees. I mean, your employees are what make you. And we've got a manager sitting here to the side, and he's listening to. But we've done something different that nobody's ever talked about, and we'll go ahead and disclose that. But first go around, when we were top 50, we had one of our slicers, and Hunter was 17 years old. And I told him, I said, it doesn't make a difference who is slicing. If it's myself, it's Kelly, or it's you. If we make top 50, this is going to be a cash bonus for you. And we made top 50. He wasn't slicing, but he probably made close to 3 months' salary from the South. You never know. We've done the same thing. We've told our employees, if we make top 5, this is going to be a bonus for you. You make 10. So we, to give them to also, benefit from it, but also they have some buy-in on what we're doing, and that's a big add-on.
That's awesome. And you mentioned, unique, and of course, one of the things is that you build your own pits. I think you were doing some pit room upgrades recently.
Yes, starting with the pits. Originally, we started with the pits with temperature flow coming, and there's been a couple of people that purposely with our competition pit, and we also did it with Kelly because we need to bring the heat to the middle. Heat always rises, so the pits are working great. But recently, this was a whole program. We started at the beginning, and we're going to follow through. So just like a job we would do at work, you've got to figure out, what you pay out. So that's the bonuses for the people. And as well as we've just done for the front of the building, we've also added a walk-in cooler for Kelly, brought a second pit in, and brought in a 24-foot trailer for her to trim. So our goal was, if we make it, you're prepared, you're ready, you know what you're doing. It looks like you know what you're doing. If we don't, we just made a great renovations for the building.
Yeah, and Christine, I would say the business has come a long way from selling 8 baked potatoes a day.
Yes, it has. Potatoes on hold for a little while. Kelly's going to have a lot on her plate.
A little bit.
Yes, so Kelly, let's talk about it a little bit. One of your absolute idols, Tootsie from Snows. Snows has left the top 10, but female pitmasters have not left the top 10.
No.
You are now representing that new generation of female pitmasters. How does that feel?
It feels like an honor. Actually, whenever people were coming to take, the magazine was coming to take the pictures, we actually had a customer that came all the way. She had just gone to Snows the week before, and she wanted a picture with every female pitmaster. So it just so happened that the magazine was here, and I was already taking pictures, so I was just quick.
And that was like a little 12-year-old girl.
Yeah, so it kind of solidified what it means to be a female pitmaster for me. And I called Tootsie this morning and let her know we made 8. She's super excited for me.
That's awesome.
But she doesn't have Facebook, so I just wanted. She told me to call her whenever I found out. But all the things from everybody have just been amazing. I was teary-eyed like all morning. So.
Well, just think about it. What a long way from when people would come and didn't believe you were the pitmaster to being a top 10 barbecue joint and your name being cemented into that Texas Monthly list. So now maybe they'll listen to you next time.
Yeah, I hope so.
Tell people that may not, because you guys are probably one of the bigger surprises on the list in terms of people don't get down to Port Lavaca or Victoria. What can they expect when they go to Lavaca Barbecue?
Well, in Victoria, the one thing that we have that Lupe says is we're consistent. We have one pitmaster, Kelly, and she makes all of the meats. So what you see in Victoria, you'll see here in Port Lavaca, and vice versa, except for Kelly. Kelly's here. We have a few little things that are specials in Victoria that we don't have here, like the Sloppy Joe. But almost everything's the same. Kelly?
Yeah, I mean, we strive for consistency, basically. A lot of the time, some people that are regulars here, they know that they can pop into the Victoria location and get the same thing they're getting, that they would get from me, from Mom. So they know that our food is the same either way. So.
And guys, y'all were at Victoria. Y'all tried everything that we had there. And our end game is to end up in Victoria. So that was our end game. Of course, everything's money. And this may be the blessing that we need to get us over there a little sooner. What people don't understand is to get at this point is a big, big accomplishment. But what's even bigger that nobody knows behind the scenes is we're cooking out of an 8x40 container, which people can say, well, it's the same thing as a food truck. Well, it's not. We don't have a griddle. We don't have a fryer. We've got a vent hood over a 4-foot stove that has never been cleaned because we don't fry anything. Everything's boiled. No, the company usually comes in and they'll steam it for you. I mean, they'll steam it a little bit, but there's nothing greasy going up into the vent. There's nothing that we have to purchase or pay for a company to come in. So we don't like that. So we are happy that down the road, if we can get to Victoria, our goal down the road is going to be for 1 again. I mean, it's going to be top 5 or better because we're hopefully we'll have the opportunity to be able to have all the extra full-blown kitchen. So right now, with your hands tied, we've accomplished a lot, and we're really proud of our employees and proud of the team.
And we're already working on some specials.
Of course you are.
Yes, we're talking about some things that we're going to add, and exciting things are coming.
Congratulations,
Yeah.
guys. One of the
Thank
great
you.
families in barbecue. Family-run business. Enjoy this time. Enjoy this day. And we will see you on our next trip back down south.
Yes, for sure.
Yep,
Thank
and
you.
we want to congratulate
Thank you.
everybody
Thanks, guys.
that has made it.
We will be
Thank you.
right back with the sweepstakes winner.
It killed me. I remember I got emotional one time. I cried when I was on the line when I told Dave was crying more emotional because he missed his granddaughter's first birthday. A baptism. And we thought what it was going to have to take to get to that. And he missed the baptism. Both my grandparents passed away, and I could just go to the funeral. I didn't have any time to even grieve. Like I literally went to the funeral of a pallbearer, and I left the same day. And these are the two people that are the most influential people that I named my pits after and everything, because we were that determined to be one. It was just when we got on that one mode, it was just we were different animals. Like I've considered ourselves like a monk because this is our shrine, and this is where we were at.
Family was never second, but it became second.
It did, and that's the worst part. It's what they say. It was like it's God first, and then family, and then your friends or whatever. It was bird being in one, and then for me it was cigarettes, and then it was like family, and then it was a life. And we get emotional now because we lived here. Like I fucking lived on a couch here. That's how committed we were. And but we didn't. We had enough. It was a bottom line. It's that we were gonna do whatever it took to give it one hard shot. And we were so razor focused. Some people call us arrogant. Remember, we had so many people. There was so many chatter about us, and they considered us arrogant because we would say no to invitations to festivals. We would say no to do collaborations, and we would say no for a lot of stuff. And they just saw, these guys are too good for us. These guys are arrogant jerks. It wasn't. We had one goal, was to really make a run for the one, to really get our name out, and what like funerals, birthday parties, graduations. My daughter's graduation. I mean, fucking does that, And his daughters, I'm crying right now because
Grandkids, our grandkids.
Yeah,
It's like us.
yeah, yeah, and I cried now because I think about my daughter's greatest year of softball. I would leave after the third inning, and I can't get those memories back. It killed me. I remember I got emotional one time. I cried when I was on the line when I told Dave was crying or really emotional because he missed his granddaughter's first birthday.
Are you tired of mosquitoes turning your backyard into their own personal buffet? Say hello to Mosquito Shield, the ultimate defense.
All right, we're almost done. This has been such a crazy, wild day and so much fun.
It has
But
been nuts. Yeah.
Let's give away some more stuff.
Let's give away $2,500.
How much?
$2,500.
Really?
If you guys were paying attention in the last few months, you have seen us posting incessantly about this. BBQ Distro ran a sweepstakes where they asked you to predict the top 10, and anyone who entered was eligible to win the $2,500 in cash, courtesy of BBQ Distro. So we had over 50,000 entries into this contest. We have drawn the winner, and the winner of the $2,500 BBQ Distro sweepstakes is Matt Palmer. Matt Palmer. We will be reaching out to you via email to get more details on giving you the $2,500 in cash. Congratulations to Matt Palmer, the first winner of the BBQ Distro $2,500 top 10 prediction sweepstakes. It's been a lot of fun, guys. The last several months as we've been working on all of this stuff, it's taken an army of amazing people to get us where we are today, where hopefully we haven't been total fools all day. And if we haven't, it's because of the people you're not seeing on camera right now. Got to thank BBQ Distro, our fantastic partners in all of this. Got to thank Brandon, Brent, Joe, Kyle, everybody with BBQ Distro. Jackie has been a rock star. Everyone at BBQ Distro has been phenomenal, great partners. They have helped us do things that, frankly, we never would have been able to do without them.
They talked us into this.
Yeah, they did.
What a great idea, and but we would have never been able to think about this.
They have been fantastic.
This is amazing.
And we probably would have been recording this in an alley if it wasn't for 063 Studios here in Mansfield, Texas. Thank you to Bryce, Kayla, Katie. You guys have kept us on the air, kept us semi-knowing what we're doing, which is a monumental achievement.
On the air. I mean, we've had in-studio, remote, and mixed in between and all of that. And we had somebody from Italy. We had Joe.
Oh, right. The moving parts that have gone into this. Again, we had remote guests from Austin, from Rio Grande Valley, from Lavaca, Port Lavaca, Austin.
Love it.
In-studio guests. It's been incredible. Thank you to every guest that's joined this show. Thank you to our wonderful sponsors that helped with the giveaways. Thank you to Yeti. Thank you to Nomad Girls. Thank you to Lone Star. Thank you to our families who have put up with all of the time we have spent away trying to put this together. Thank you to Texas Monthly for putting together yet another top 50 list that gives us things to debate and talk about for the next 4 years. Thank you to BBQ.
Congratulations
at the end of the day.
50. Congratulations to all Texas BBQ.
Yes.
Those 10, the top 10. What an unbelievable top 10 list.
Yep.
How amazing is that? How close was it? Now it's time for everybody to celebrate this coming weekend. Make sure to visit your favorite barbecue joint. If you haven't visited some of the new ones, make sure you visit them.
All right, let's do this rapid fire. Interstellar, Laura and Lewis, Franklin Barbecue, Mums, Briskets, KG, La Barbecue, Style Switch, Danes, Cadillac, Goldies, Panther City, B4, North Texas Smoke, Sauber, Slowbone, Smoky Joe's, Yerby's, Smoketown, Truth, Corkscrew, Rosemeyer, Bar A, Brisket and Rice, Pinkertons, Jennings, Evie Mays, Rahino, Half Acre Midland Meat Company, Jay's Barbecue Shack, GW's Barbecue, Lavaca Barbecue, Teddy's Barbecue, Butters Barbecue, Burnt Bean, Reese Brothers, 2M, Sunbird, Redbird, 1701, Mimsy's, Brendan's, Slaughters, Barb's BQ, Louis Miller, Snows, Hellberg, Miller's, Rossler's, LJ's. That is your 2025 top 50. Congratulations to all of you. Thank you to everyone that's tuned in. Thank you to the studio. Thank you to BBQ Distro. We will talk with you next time.